Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, holding it down midday. Tell your friends and enemies. And please take note of all these incredible sponsors around our faces because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every weekday from 2 to 4. Zay, what's going on, my man?
What's cracking? Not too shabby on this Tuesday. Feeling good, feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Hey, man, we are off and running on a Tuesday. Texas Vanderbilt week. I mean, Diego Pavia coming to town. I know all you care about is his hot mom and if you've got a place for her to stay at your place. But, how's that going?
Not too good right now.
Not good.
Not good, but that's okay. That's okay. You win some.
It's okay.
You win some, you lose some, but you live to fight another day, as the great John Witherspoon says. But yeah, Miss Pavia, I just want her to enjoy Austin. That's all. If y'all see her, make sure whenever somebody says the word Austin, Texas, throws the city out there and she's around, she has lovely things to say due to her experiences. That's all.
Yes,
I enjoyed the time in my seat because I hope it goes bad for her son, but it doesn't have to go bad for her. I know she's a part of that and she wants her son to succeed, and he is a problem. Just watching all the film he's put out there this year, the dude's leading this team in rushing. He don't give a damn about his body. He says, I ain't going to play in the NFL anyway, Chip. Who cares about the future? This is my NFL. This is what I got.
It's my Super Bowl.
This is my Super Bowl every game. So screw my body. Like, I don't have time to worry about that. He's in the now. The offense, Tim Beck does a great job putting it around him. They've known each other for a long time, going back to their New Mexico days. So this is a deep relationship. And, of course, Clark Lee, he's going to come down to the great state of Texas and pluck a couple of running backs. Got Alexander. Got my man Young, who could play. This team's good. They deserve all the love that they're getting right now. 9th in the nation. They're not even thinking about bowl games no more. They're thinking about college football playoff. It used to be 6 games is a great season in Nashville. Now they're like, nah, man, the stakes higher than that. Our expectations higher than that. Texas, y'all in the way. So,
like, Clark Lee is a guy whose name should come up in some of these coaching searches, right? He went to Vanderbilt. He made a brilliant move in going and getting Tim Beck and Diego Pavia and Jerry Kill from New Mexico State. And that has been a transformative move. Vanderbilt's beaten LSU and they beat Alabama last year. They're doing things they haven't done. If you're Clark Lee, what are you going to do once Pavia moves on? It's hard to find guys like this. This guy he's not a great quarterback. He's a great football player. He doesn't fit any of the criteria that the NFL wants. He's too short. He's too this, too that, but all he does is win because he's a football player. And if you're Clark Lee, you think you can recapture this? You think you can find another Diego Pavia? Texas has been looking for another Vince Young since Vince Young. And they got one with Colt McCoy. They've been looking for Vince Young and Colt McCoy ever since. And they're hoping it's Arch Manning. But if you're Clark Lee, do you think you can recapture this, or is it time to move on and get somewhere where you can pick whoever you want? I mean, there's a good chance if he doesn't take the Vanderbilt job that he's the head coach at Notre Dame right now, Zay. He left to coach his alma mater. Marcus Freeman got elevated. Marcus Freeman played for was deep in the playoffs. But Clark Lee, what do you do if you're Clark Lee? You say, hey, I elevated the program. I did what I'm supposed to do. It's time for me to go. LSU's calling. Florida's calling. Penn State's calling.
You leave. That's what you do. You get on up out of there. Sorry. Broadway, it's a fun place. The bachelorette parties are cool. I'm sure Clark Lee loves some good old country music, but it's time to go because you're right, Chip. It's not going to last. It's just Diego Pavia. This is a 1 in a million type of guy. And I'm sure, just like every coach, Clark Lee's a proud man that is very confident in his ways, philosophy-wise, recruiting-wise, proud of his alma mater, and making it a pretty big-time program, a relevant program. But also, Vanderbilt can only take you so far. And if we're talking Penn State, Florida, Louisiana State, we're in a different category that, again, just others don't get opportunities like that. So if Clark Lee gets those calls, yeah, if he misses it, you better dial that thing back up immediately once you see that missed call, because the Duke could coach, man. His defense, them fools feisty, 31st ranked defense in the nation, 18th best run defense in the nation. This is the stat that's a killer, which, again, Matthew Caldwell, I know y'all love him, but that third down defense, ninth in the nation. Texas, 84th, third down offense. I don't like that stat at all. And Clark Lee, Tim Beck on offense, they just they run their play, Chip. They walk to the line. They talking, they looking around. Just slow, just moving slow. Completely different than what you saw with Lebby and them last week and how Mississippi State was putting that tempo up there. So can you be, ready for that? Steve Sarkis just said we might only get 65 plays. You better make them count. Because Vanderbilt, they want this ugly-ass game, which low-key, with the way Texas has been winning, it's not like Texas hasn't been playing ugly games anyway. So ugly on ugly, that's something that I think plays in the Texas' favor in a way. Hey, we played ugly games before. We won ugly games before, but Vanderbilt ain't Kentucky or Mississippi State.
Yeah. Yeah, Vanderbilt, man, their offensive line is pulled together. The marquee matchup obviously is Diego and that offense against this Texas defense. Here's the thing. Clark Lee, if he can beat Texas Saturday, and then they've got their remaining games are against Auburn, Kentucky, and at Tennessee. We're talking about Vanderbilt 7-1, possibly going 11-1. This game is so big for Vanderbilt, it's ridiculous. Because as good as Tennessee is offensively, their defense gives up some booty. And Texas gave up some booty against Mississippi State. But, man, when they started blitzing, which leads me to my next point. Pete Kwiatkowski, trust your defense to take some chances, to bring Anthony Hill, to bring some pressure. I mean, how about that 4th down play in overtime? Kwiatkowski brought the house.
Yeah, 4th and 20.
Yeah, he didn't send guys scrambling back into coverage. He sent everybody to the quarterback, and what happened? Strip sack, game over. I need a little more of that. I need a little more aggressiveness. I wish we'd have seen some of that aggressiveness against Florida. That game might have turned out differently. You can't, I get the complimentary football thing. You can't put your offense in a bad, listen, that offense has been putting you in bad spots all year. The defense has the dogs up front to change games. They did it Saturday in Starkville. They got after the quarterback, 7 sacks, 5 of them in the second half. I mean, hell, how many were in the 4th quarter? Let me look at that real quick. I mean, that's, you got some dudes, man. You got Ant Hill, Colin Simmons, Brad Spence. I mean, you got to get after Diego Pavia. You cannot let him dictate. You have to dictate. 3 sacks in the 4th quarter. I mean, I'm just saying. I need to see some of that pressure. I need to see Diego running for his life. It's one thing to spy him. You got to bring pressure too. You've got to dictate the terms, especially on your home field. You want to see guys get jacked up and energized, send them on blitzes. That gets guys so fired up they can't stand it. And everyone's been doing it to you, making your left guard look like a pylon, like a construction cone.
Yeah, cone, man.
And
straight cone.
Now it's time to turn the tables. Everyone would think, oh, you can't blitz Pavia, man. Can't give him a lane. But if you're disciplined and smart like Texas has up front on defense, man, say, hey, I'm going to blitz you. But you can't get out of your lane. Like, these are run blitzes, is what they are. And if we happen to catch Pavia looking to throw, bonus. But, man, your coverage is not good enough right now. Like, without Taft back there, that passive stuff, playing off coverage, ugh.
Yeah, he does that. He did that last year at times.
I know.
Where guys were just backed up off of their man. Like, jam them up a little bit. Like, you got guys that run 4.3s and 4.4s. They could keep up. But when you allow just the quarterback to make simple passes and take the 5-yard throws that then turn into 10-yard catches because it's yards.
Cutter Boley.
Like, yeah, Cutter Boley was doing that. Then Blake
31 of 39.
Then Blake Shapen was doing the same things. Like, yeah, you got to get out of that.
Let's bring in the managing editor of Horns 24/7. I call him the MVP, the one and only Hank South. Hank, we were just talking about, the Texas defense was blitzing in the 4th quarter against Mississippi State. They brought the house on 4th down in overtime. They got a, beautiful Ethan Burke strip sack to end the game. You got to bring some of that against Diego Pavia too. I know the common sense is like, oh, just contain him. This guy's too dangerous. You got to dictate terms to him, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. You don't want to get out of what you do well. I think that's kind of what bit Mississippi State in the butt in the end was, they needed to slow it down. They were trying to just get out of there, and that's just not their style. Like they're fast paced and they want to move quick. When you get out of that, you get out of rhythm. Texas starts being able to take a little bit of advantage or a lot of advantage of it. and have success. So yeah, like, common sense, like you just said, like, hey, eye discipline, keep everything in front of you, don't let them get out, set the edge, all that. But yeah, you want to set loose, Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke a little bit too. I'm sure they're going to draw plenty to, have a spy on Pavia and everything that you do. I think, obviously the two big pieces of that offense you have to contain are Pavia and Eli Stowers, and they're going to have a plan for that. But yeah, I agree. Like, unless they run the UTEP playbook where, you have the ball out of your hands and like under a second, there's probably gonna be opportunities there. And you want to make sure, you can kind of set the tone and make this the style of game, dictate the style of game as opposed to kind of letting Pavia do his Houdini work and carve you up that way.
Yeah. Hank, your thoughts on the game against Mississippi State? Obviously, the Horns being down 17 points with around 10 minutes, 9 some change to go, and making the comeback like they did, and Arch going out, Caldwell coming in, making that big play. Your thoughts on how that game went and just how this season is looking for the future with this Texas football team?
Yeah, I mean, still kind of in disbelief. I mean, that had me thinking of, past comebacks in the Mac Brown era. You think about the Oklahoma State comebacks. I was thinking about, what was the game? There was another one I was comparing it to that wasn't one of those Oklahoma State comebacks from back in the mid 2000s. It'll come back to me, but no, I mean, just insanity. That they never gave up. They kept kind of chipping away. The explosive plays started to really hit. I don't know if that was more they were just, really starting to get into rhythm. Was it Mississippi State bringing less guys to pressure Arch? I think a little bit of both. But they started connecting on those plays. The defense stood up. There was a period of time there where I think it was that shuffle pass that Booth took for the touchdown. It was just like, are they going to stop? Like, they can't even stop these guys, even when they're able to kind of claw back into it a little bit. They get the long touchdown play. But they were able to stand up when they needed to, like Chip mentioned, started blitzing. I thought on that one play, I think it was Anthony Hill that came up the middle. I thought he was going to get a hands to the face call, or like a roughing the call, when he just laid out Chapin. But they didn't. Texas caught a little bit of a break on that roughing call on Arch that would have ended that drive. So certainly they started really clicking in the fourth quarter, and that's what Sark mentioned. It's like, we can't keep living like this. Like, we have to play like this in the first 3 quarters to where we're not in this situation, kind of fighting and clawing for our lives in the end. So, I mean, insane game. Matthew Caldwell, I mean, I think Hero Canoe said it yesterday. Matthew Caldwell is what they're, or like a name. They're
Matty Ice,
Matthew Caldwell. There'll probably be some more nicknames ahead of Saturday. But I mean, both times we've seen him in pressure situations this year, he's like made the best throws of each game. The Florida game in that last minute drive, and then Arch had a couple really nice throws on Saturday night in Starkville. But I mean, that pass to Emmett Mosley, coming off the sideline, probably not very warmed up. That was nice. So I think if he has to play, if he has to be the guy, I think this is kind of a game that works out okay for Texas, and that, Vandy wants to limit explosive plays. They're not going to, let you, they don't want you to test them, downfield, deep passing game. They're going to kind of, give you a little cushion and let you kind of dink and dunk your way down the field. That probably works out pretty well for Matthew Caldwell. And then, you assume these receivers can, make plays after the catch as well. But so I think it kind of fits, if they have to play Caldwell in place of Arch, I think this is a good setting for that, or a good situation in terms of, if you have to play your backup quarterback, this is kind of a good opportunity for it.
Yeah. And I think we had a breakthrough game for Emmett Mosley. He's a guy that they trust.
Yeah.
They're throwing into the end zone with him. And that's how a coach trusts you, is when you're getting the end zone targets. Parker Livingston, they trust, and Mosley. That's going to be interesting, because Mosley is eating into some snaps of DeAndre Moore and Parker Livingston because they keep Ryan Wingo out there as wide receiver 1. I'm not sure he's wide receiver 1, Hank. I mean, he's big, strong, fast. He's talented, but the attention to detail, the drops, big third down drops, one cost him a touchdown. What your thoughts on the receiver situation?
Yeah, it's wild. You see the first play of the game, Wingo takes it almost for a touchdown, and you're thinking at that point, okay, the offense is going to click today. This is going to be their game, and obviously, kind of fell off from there for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you're arguably not even, if you're Texas, you might not even be in that situation if Wingo hauls in a couple of those passes that just went right through his hands. Arch is going to get the blame for the incompletion, but then you watch the film and you look at the box score. Wingo had a great game,
yeah,
but he also had some really big, costly drops too. And so he has to clean that up. You can't be the wide receiver 1 and that be a per game basis kind of thing. How many drops are you going to have? Like, your number 1 job as a wide receiver is to catch the football. And so, he has to clean that up, but if you are going to have to deal with that, having a guy like Emmett Mosley really kind of find his groove in the offense. I don't know if they would ever resort to the taking Wingo off the field for those 3 guys. Obviously Wingo gives you kind of that guy you have to pay attention to him as a secondary. He's just too fast and too big to ignore, even if he might be a little shaky catching the football sometimes. But no, Mosley. I mean, Sark even said someone asked him, kind of comparing it to Matthew Golden last year, and that he really started coming along in the second half of the season as he really started to learn the playbook. And with Mosley, you kind of start to see that coming. And Sark said, that's not even the best version of him, because he thinks there's still a lot of potential in him, just his pass blocking ability, or his blocking ability as well. And so he's coming along at the right time for them. They need playmakers for whoever the quarterback is. They need guys that they can have reliably throw the ball to. We thought Jack Andrews could kind of be that security blanket. I think he is to a certain extent, but we still haven't seen him used a whole lot in the passing game the last few weeks. Maybe we see that pick up this weekend. But yeah, I mean, you want Wingo to catch those passes, but I mean, as a whole, I think the wide receiver room is really coming along. DeAndre Moore on third downs, kind of being that safety net for Arch Manning and playing to the potential we thought he could entering the season after his breakout year last year. But when these guys are clicking, I mean, that fourth quarter is all you need. I mean, this wide receiver room can be one of the best in the SEC when like I said, when they're paying attention to the details. When Arch starts to get in the rhythm, they can kind of give him confidence they can feed off each other.
Yeah. Obviously, Hank, it seems very likely that Matthew Caldwell will be taking the field on Saturday versus Vanderbilt. And something that will make Matthew Caldwell's life a lot easier is having some type of run game, which has been pretty much non-existent for this Texas football team. Now that CJ Baxter is more healthy and he's starting to get in the mix a little bit, Contravian Wisner, same with him, especially coming off that Oklahoma game. You want to find some momentum from that game, but you just haven't seen it these last 2 weeks. How are you expecting this football team to possibly be effective running the football against Vanderbilt, especially with the offensive line still struggling the way that it has?
Well, it's crazy because, you look each week coming in and, at statistics and what teams do well and everything. And, Texas kind of defies that each week where it's like, oh, they should be able to do this against this team because they're so poor in this area. And that's the area that team does really well against Texas. Like, for example, Oklahoma, who would have thought Texas would have been able to kind of, run the football as successfully as they did against that defensive front. And so, I think this is a good opportunity for this offensive line to kind of not a come to Jesus moment, but go out there and show, why you're at Texas and they're at Vanderbilt. No slight to Vanderbilt. They're obviously, they're in the top 10. They're having a lot of success, but they're good as a team. They're not individual, 5-star, high 4-star talent like the guys at Texas. And so I think this is a good opportunity for these guys to kind of establish themselves, first opportunity to get, a top 10 win, although Oklahoma, what am I talking about? First time to get, have some more success against ranked opponents. After, back-to-back weeks where you get the wins, but everyone, it's still like, I think Mississippi State, everyone was feeling pretty good, but, Kentucky, you barely eked that game out against, a team that, didn't really have anything going for it. And then Mississippi State. So, try to ride this momentum. I think, I think we saw the run game start to kind of get some chunk plays in the second half. I think if CJ Baxter gets more comfortable, coming back, obviously, he came back from the knee injury, had to get comfortable with that. Coming back from the soft tissue hamstring, you got to get a little comfortable. So now, he has a game under his belt. Maybe they can, when the pressure's not as much on them, and they're doing more so to try to help out a guy like Matthew Caldwell. Maybe that kind of gives them a little bit more of an edge. And this line can kind of take the momentum they built in that second half of the Mississippi State game and let it out against Vanderbilt.
If Matthew Caldwell plays Saturday, right. And if he plays great, what the hell does Sarkisian do then?
I think this is absolutely Arch's team. You still see some of those like head scratching misses, or but I mean, Warrior, Sark described, I think everyone's used that term. I mean, he is just taking a pounding and gets right back up, keeps playing. Outside of getting a concussion, like that's the only, like he's toughed it out. And even like, I think after he went out with a concussion, he was still popping his head out of the tent to like see what was going on the field. So, I mean, it's Arch's team. I think, I think if you're Sark, you probably want to be in that situation to know you have this guy. I mean, not a foreign situation to Sark. He's dealt with Arch being behind Quinn for the last 2 years. So it's not like, it's not something they can work through. But, to have that security there, it would be nice, And this was, I wrote about this last, I think, November or December. And my scenario, or like my thought was, go get Cam Rising. Go get a veteran quarterback that probably doesn't have a super high NFL draft ceiling or at all, a guy that's not going to get picked. Maybe a guy that wants to get into coaching or just, use his final year of eligibility somewhere bigger in the event that Arch gets hurt. And people took that as me saying, like, someone should come compete with Arch. And I'm like, like, you need an Arch insurance policy. And this is exactly why. And they went out and got Matthew Caldwell in the second window. Sark even said they looked at a few quarterbacks. So I don't know, in terms of Cam Rising, I don't think he was ever in the portal, but, so it wasn't something they just decided late, like they were going to do. Like they looked at quarterbacks and picked him. And so, I mean, that's a nice a safety net for this staff to have. But again, back to your question, this is Arch's team until, if Caldwell looks great, they beat Vanderbilt, they get through the bye week, Arch comes back and he starts getting, maybe it's another situation where, is the game too big for him against Georgia, or he's just really struggling? Do you give Matthew Caldwell a few snaps? Maybe we see that in, back-to-back years in the regular season against Georgia. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think it's Arch's team, unless, we start to see that early season kind of regression where he just wasn't hitting open passes. Because, I can't really fault him too much on the Mississippi State. Like, those were, I think, more on Wingo. He's taken some sacks and whatnot, but again, like, he's running for his life on a lot of these plays, right? Like, he doesn't have any time, and then when he finally does have time and he throws a pass down and guys drop it, how much blame can you put on him?
Yeah. Hank, your thoughts on the Steve Sarkisian news that put out by Diana Rossini of The Athletic Saturday morning about him flirting with the NFL, possibly, specifically the Tennessee Titans. His agency came out and ended it, and also Steve Sarkisian after the game came out and ended it. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it was really weird. I had no reason. Obviously, I think there was certainly something to it. But then with him so vehemently denying it after the game, then I was like, oh, maybe there is. I don't know. It was very odd. It was very odd timing, obviously, right before a game. But no, I mean, that's kind of, we see that every year. I think, it's, I think college game nowadays is there's so many demands for these coaches that it's like, you get away so much from just coaching. Like I think college coaches love recruiting. I think they love obviously the tradition and the game of it all, but like you get through a season, then you have to go renegotiate with all these players. You have certain, financial responsibilities, then you have to do fundraising, and you have to do, collective stuff. There's all sorts of different things you do that get away from coaching. So I think NFL, to an extent, is like that's an avenue where you can just go coach, and there's no pressures of recruiting outside of like trying to get a guy in free agency. And it's more just about coaching, being able to focus on that, and maybe a little bit more of like an actual work-life balance. Whereas, college football never really ends. So I get it. I think any college coach would keep that option open. I know someone was like, oh, he's, angling for a raise. It's like, I don't think so. I mean, he's gotten, contract extensions the last couple of years, but again, like I said, he so like adamantly denied it after the game and was saying he pissed him off and all that. It's like, I don't know how, you have that statement. It's not like we haven't seen that in sports before. Jim Schlossnagle, got mad at that reporter before the next day he took the Texas job. I mean, so it's not like unprecedented that he couldn't go about face and do something, but the way he kind of shot it down, I thought was interesting, where he actually had his agency put out a statement saying this is not true. So I guess we'll see how the season ends and see where we're at in January. But that hurts. That can certainly hurt recruiting. Like I was getting messages from people in recruiting circles are like, what? And so like I can't imagine the questions they're getting as a staff when kids see that, and then we're a month out from signing day. It's like, well, is my coach going to be there? So it's a mess. But it sounds like he has no intention of leaving from what he said.
Hank, speaking of recruiting, I know we had a question in the comments about Dia Bell, and if he's still locked in on Texas. Any updates in terms of recruiting?
Yeah, so there's in terms of high school recruiting, they have a few guys they're in on, and I'll start with Dia since that was the main question. I've written it. If Steve Sarkisian is at Texas, Dia Bell will be at Texas. Like that's how it's going to go. And so, that's why I think, with this big story last weekend, it's like, okay, if Sark were to go to the NFL or go elsewhere, like I would fully expect Dia Bell probably to go elsewhere too. He wants to play for Steve Sarkisian. So, that's something to watch. I saw one post, I think it was an analyst saying that they thought Sark was actually going to leave in the end, and Dia liked it. And I sent it to him. I was like, oh, just, that's interesting. And he was like, well, Sark denied it. Like, I think he read it. You might have read it wrong, but not to like scare people or anything, but that's just the reality of college football these days. I mean, he wants to play for Steve Sarkisian. So like I said, if Sark's there, Dia will be there. So I wouldn't be overly concerned about that. But in terms of recruiting other guys, so back home for the first time in, 60 days or whatever, not 60 days, but 6 weeks. So it's an 11 a.m. kick though. So that makes recruiting a little challenging in that, like, kids have games Friday nights, turn around, get on a plane or make a long drive. So you don't always have the biggest turnouts for 11 a.m. kicks, but you can still get guys on campus nonetheless. The big one is, or the big official visit this week is Karan Maycock, who's a Florida State linebacker commit. He got offered, I think, about a week and a half ago. And that one makes sense as, Texas is trying to bring in more linebackers. They had one guy they really liked in Braylon Hodge. He just committed to Oregon last week. So it makes sense that they put out this offer to the Florida State commit, Karan Maycock, who is from South Florida, from Miami Central High School. So he'll be on campus this week for an official visit. There's a cornerback recruit named Teray Davis they just offered. That's I don't know if he's still committed to UCLA. I think he decommitted from UCLA, but he's supposed to be on campus for an unofficial visit this weekend as well. And then they'll have some commits in town, and probably some 2027 underclassmen as well. But I think the biggest kind of recruiting thing to watch right now, outside of like this class holding together and getting to December, is like this coaching carousel chaos around. I mean, like you look at all these jobs that are coming open. LSU has about 6 kids committed that Texas would take. The Texas heavily recruited that picked LSU over Texas in some cases, whether that be Jabari Mack, the wide receiver recruit, or Yvonne Finney, a cornerback recruit from California that's teammates with Richard Wesley, who's committed to Texas. So there's so many little things that I think this last month is truly going to be insane. And for Texas, it's almost like an advantage to where, they have 3 home games to be able to get some of these guys out. If this road schedule was reversed, it's like, okay, well, all these coaching jobs are coming open. These kids are maybe looking around one more time before signing day, and we're not home to host them. Then maybe that's a little bit disadvantage. But, with 3 home games, you got to imagine Texas. I think Arkansas is going to probably be the biggest one just in terms of time of day. And, you look at A&M the next week, it's day after Thanksgiving. So it's, guys are in high school playoffs. They have family stuff, a little bit more difficult. And then Vanderbilt this weekend, 11 a.m. So I think that Arkansas weekend you can kind of circle as probably their last hoorah in terms of big recruiting events. But yeah, I mean, LSU, Florida, who knows what else is going to come open. If Lane Kiffin goes to Florida, then Ole Miss comes up. Like all these coaches that are going to go from one job to another, then those jobs go open. Those guys have commits as well. And then you factor in the transfer portal. So, I mean, it's going to be chaotic, but it should present a lot of opportunities for Texas to kind of, up their talent pool and sign a really, they already have a strong class, but to really bolster this top 10 recruiting class they have.
Yeah. Speaking of that strong class, Hank, who has been showing out that's committed to Texas? I know the high school football playoffs is about to start. Who's been really performing and putting on for their ball club?
Yeah. I mean, I know I see Derek Cooper highlights every Sunday when they put out their tape. I mean, he's balling out in South Florida, as would be expected. I mentioned him a minute ago, but Richard Wesley, I did an interview with him, I think 2 weeks ago. And at the time he had pretty insane stat line. I didn't have to pull her up right now, but he's got double-digit tackles for a loss. He's climbing in sack stats. So he's playing as, you would expect a guy like Richard Wesley to play. It's unfortunate, we obviously saw Diabell, opt out of the rest of his senior season to get some medical stuff worked on. So he was having a strong year his first 3 games in, but obviously isn't playing. I think Jermaine Bishop is just like a human highlight reel. I mean, I think that guy's going to make plays at the next level, whether it's as a cornerback or as a wide receiver. I find it hard that, Texas would not play him at wide receiver just with his playmaking ability, but, we'll see. He's been compared to Travis Hunter. I know that's, like, oh, you're exaggerating. Travis Hunter's Travis Hunter. But, like, in terms of his, skill set and the kind of asset he can be to a team, he's about as close as that is, if you're trying to compare things. He's been doing really well. Samari Matthews has been having a really great season out in North Carolina. He's a big time, big-bodied, physical cornerback out there. So yeah, that's just a handful of them. But yeah, and Tyler Atkinson. So that'll be interesting to see. Going out to Georgia, I think Grayson has a playoff game that Friday night, or they will have a playoff game that Friday night. So I would imagine maybe some Texas fans to get a chance to go see the 5-star linebacker commit kind of show out. He actually has a TikTok that he posts all his like game day videos on, which is it's actually pretty entertaining. He just last week I posted on our board on Horse 24/7. He gifted his entire team like custom Adidas cleats because like he's an Adidas athlete. Like you'll go into Dick's Sporting Goods and like the greater Atlanta metro, there's Tyler Atkinson ads. That's where we're at with high school football and NIL these days. It's pretty wild. So he's obviously a big time player. I would expect he's going to come in next year and play his first year at Texas.
Yeah, Derek Johnson thinks Tyler Atkinson is a unicorn in terms of his football IQ and just how quickly he picks things up. So yeah, I'm so excited about that guy. Hank, I'll ask you the same thing I asked Zay. If you're Clark Lee, your name should be coming up in some of these coaching searches at LSU, Florida, Penn State. If you're Clark Lee, I know he went to Vanderbilt. You got to move on, right? I mean, how often are you going to reel in Diego Pavia?
No, absolutely. I mean, Hold on one second. I got to find this. What was the guy's name? It's like on the tip of my tongue, and he's an analyst now. He was the Boise State coach. He was the Washington coach. What's his name? Why can I not think of it? Chris something?
Chris Peterson?
Chris Peterson. I'm like, is he going to be like this, like the modern days Chris Peterson, where it's like jobs come open and he just stays at Boise State? Eventually, he went to Washington, or like a Matt Campbell, like where it's like your name is out there for a bigger job, but you're happy where you are and doing what you do. Yeah, but I mean, how is he not? I was talking to a friend about this the other day. It's like so many jobs are open now and that are going to come open by the season's end, whether, big jobs too. Like you got to imagine Auburn's going to move on from Hugh Freeze. You got to imagine, Florida State's going to move on from Mike Norvell. These aren't even jobs open right now. And then you factor in jobs like, North Carolina, if they get fed up with Bill Belichick and all that stuff. And then all these other jobs that haven't even, filled yet. Penn State's open, Arkansas's open, LSU's open. Indiana's already locked down Kirk Cignetti, not that he can't leave, but they gave him his extension and he seems content there. Like, where are these coaches going to come from that are worthy of these positions? And so like a guy like Clark Lee, I mean, you got to have, like, schools have to have him kind of like locked in their sights in terms of guys that can up their level. He's a head coach. He's not a coordinator going from, that calling plays and going up to the head coach level. Like, he has that experience in this era of NIL, playing, kind of getting more with less, because obviously Vanderbilt's not, this big, money machine. So I would think Clark Lee has to be on the short list for a lot of programs. Summerall, James Franklin's probably going to get another head coach. Obviously, he's going to get another head coaching job somewhere. Where that will be, I don't know. And then, there's buzz about Elko going from A&M to Penn State. What if A&M comes open? Like, this is probably going to be the craziest coaching carousel I think we'll probably have ever seen. And then you factor in this past weekend's report of, Sark showing interest in the NFL, whether that's, he denied it again, but what if Texas came open? I mean, it's going to be absurd. And I just don't know how many worthy coaches are out there to fill all these positions. I think some schools are probably going to end up with just a new coach, maybe not necessarily a better coach than what they had.
Yeah. Zay, you got one more?
I do, Chip. Hank, basketball season right around the corner, men's and women's. What are you looking forward to with that?
Yeah, I'm excited to see this group. I mean, I would say it's a totally new team. There's a few guys back, obviously some key players from last year, Mark, Jordan Pope, obviously Weaver, but I mean the guys they're bringing in to kind of supplement them. I mean, there's some exciting talent on this team. Texas is big. They have shooters. I'm not expecting them to go out there and beat Duke in their first time out. I think that would be asking a little bit too much, of game one of the Sean Miller era, especially with the talent Duke has. But I think this team could make some noise. I think that they're ranked 29 in one of the first polls, but I mean, college basketball is to the point where it's like, you can completely flip a roster. It's not like college football where you need a year or 2 or 3 years to kind of put your guys in place. Like, you can flip an entire roster in one offseason cycle. And Miller had that. He was able to hit the portal hard. They added size. They added, scoring ability. Heidi from Purdue, who has, Final Four experience. That's Chip's guy. So I'm excited to see how it all comes together. Again, I don't think they're going to go out there and beat Duke in their backyard on next Tuesday night. But, I think they'll be a competitive SEC team. And, we're going to see some fast-paced basketball. It's going to kind of go opposite of what, Texas has traditionally been in that defensive mindset to more, fast-paced scoring kind of style. So I'm excited to see what they got.
What about the women's?
Yeah, I mean, the women's, hey, you gotta. I mean, I got the email from their last exhibition game. They beat the team like 105-50. Like, the women, like, they upgraded talent. They got some big time players to go along with their, Booker and their returning core of talent. I think anything short of a Final Four run for the women's team would probably be a disappointment, when you look at it now.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. Hank, great stuff, man. Appreciate it. Know you're going 100 miles an hour. Let's do it again next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, Hank.
Yep.
All right, there he is, managing editor of Horns 24/7. I call him the MVP, Hank South. Yeah, we are about to hit the football basketball overlap, baby. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the persona of this Texas basketball team is. Who's going to bring the toughness? Who's going to bring the swag? I think, Tremont Mark is a guy who has some of that, but he's, I'm just interested to see how Sean Miller puts guys in position to do what they do best. Lucina Traore, this is your big African brother who you've been waiting on. He's Yaman. I mean, he's a board crasher. He's a glass eater. Let's go. I want to see it. I want to see physicality. I want to see toughness. One thing I always knew from a Rick Barnes team, they were going to be physically tough. They were going to beat you down physically. They may not be able to shoot it. They may not look like anything on offense, but they were going to play defense and rebound. All right. I see you, Dan. All right.
Dan. We got to talk about more things though, Dan.
We're gonna hit it on. We're gonna hit on all of it.
Hit on all of it.
Okay. Real quick on this basketball note. Lenardi put out his way too early bracketology, his preseason bracketology.
Where is he basing this off of? Like how?
Off of his intel.
I mean, I'm not gonna put it past him. He's one of the best, but wow, just 8th seed, huh?
I'll say this about ESPN. ESPN is a research company. One of the biggest perks about working for ESPN is their research packets. Like when little Greeny gets up to do get up in the morning, he gets a packet like this thick of what happened in the World Series game last night, all the cool, interesting nuances about it. Lenardi gets packets on all the, basketball. It's impressive what ESPN provides to their talent in terms of the research going in. But yeah, Texas as an 8 seed, according to Lenardi, he had him in the same bracket as Duke. I'm like, man, if Texas is an 8 seed, I might be a little disappointed, but I guess,
yeah,
I mean,
a lot. Like, that's not good. That means you're barely squeaking in. That means you're on the bubble. That means you're 18 wins, 19 wins, maybe 20. Like, you don't want to be there. So no, an 8th seed, that would not be good. But yeah, I'm very curious to see what these lineups are going to be. Probably the player that I'm most intrigued to watch is Duroux from Germany. Declan Duroux, 6'8". He could shoot a little bit, very raw, but great measurements, man. Long arms, athletic. It's just, he's raw. So him getting acclimated to the American game, the college game, how's that going to look? But like you said, Chip, like for most coaches, playing defense will get you on the floor, and then you can figure all the other stuff out afterwards. Stop some damn body. Give yourself a chance to win, even if your offense is irrelevant. So I think he'll be able to provide that early. I think they're going to be a good defensive team, even though they're going to be getting up and down and running. I think with Swain and Kendall Weaver and Cam Heide and, Valky Titus, 7-footer down low, he's going to be tough to score on. Traore is going to be tough to score on down low, being that physical presence. So, You know, they really lacked physicality last year, especially on the inside. And it cost them in a lot of games. They just didn't have the size or the skill to really be an elite team. And you got to have that. You got to have somebody that can catch it down low on the block, give you a jump hook every now and then when the offense gets stale, somebody that could block a shot in the stands, somebody that's going to get double-digit rebounds. You know, you need guys like that. So,
well,
we'll see what
CBS has Texas predicted 10th in the SEC,
yikes.
behind Florida, the defending national champ, Kentucky, Alabama, number 3, Arkansas, number 4, Tennessee, number 5, Rick Barnes, Auburn, number 6, without Bruce Pearl, Missouri, number 7, Ole Miss, 8. No, not buying that.
Missouri, maybe. They were good last year.
Ole Miss, number 8, Mississippi State, number 9, and Texas, 10.
God, this conference is tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't lie. It's hard to argue any of those. All 9 of those teams were better than Texas this past season. Like when you got Chris Beard's team at 9, yeah, that should show you what this conference is. Yeah, I've been seeing different predictions on SEC teams making the tournament. I've been seeing 10. I've been seeing 11. I've been seeing 9 from these quote-unquote experts.
Well, Gary Parrish of CBS has Texas 6th. Matt Norlander has them 7th. Kyle Boone has them 10th. So you're getting a range of predictions for Texas. Isaac Trotter has them 12th. So we'll see. We'll see if Sean Miller is re-energized and if he has a good mix, got some size. This is speed dating. You got to get to know each other quick. Yeah. And then you got to somehow find a way to like playing with each other. And there were times last year I looked out there and I didn't see any connection. And then there were times when we did see it, but there was just a lot of disjointed. I want to see a plan in action, and I want to see connected teammates. That's what I'm looking for first and foremost, because I can build from there. If I see that, guys willing to sell out on defense, guys willing to do some dirty work, get out of their comfort zone, and some connectedness, I can build from there. Like if the Boozer twins put it on you next Tuesday night in Charlotte, let me see some connectedness, some togetherness, some cohesion.
They could play with Duke. I'm not sold. I like Boozer. Everyone else on Duke, yeah. It ain't like last year where they had Knipple and that big African brother, and they had about 4 or 5. Yeah, Flag. You know, it's Boozer and a whole bunch of other guys that are good, that 5-star, 4-star guys, but it's not. They took a step back. So, yeah, I think they could play with Duke next week. I'm eager to see how that looks.
Well, let me get a quick mention in here for the Sleep Cycle Center. My guys who are snoring, hey, I need you to take advantage of this incredible partnership we have right now with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center. So I have sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. And the scary thing is you don't realize how that's affecting you because you're asleep. And so, some people have a light case of sleep apnea while others are waking themselves up all throughout the night. And if you know you're waking up throughout the night, then please, we have one of the foremost experts on sleep apnea right here in Austin, Dr. Chad Denman, who has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. 2 locations in Austin, in Lakeway and at the Arboretum. And you go to sleepcyclecenters.com, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And the sleep study is how they detect the level of sleep apnea. And Dr. Chad has the best technology to detect sleep apnea and the best treatment options, including oral appliances like I have. A mouth guard holds my lower jaw open while I sleep. But guys, don't let this get to you. I mean, sleep apnea killed Tony Siragusa, killed Reggie White. Don't let this, sneak up on you when you can do something about it. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Zay, we got some interesting games this week in college football, and they're all, it seems like, at 11. So remember when Penn State and Ohio State were both in the top 3?
Yeah.
Man. Now Penn State crumbling. They're playing at Ohio State at 11 a.m. on Fox. Vanderbilt, Texas, 11 a.m. on ABC. Miami at SMU, 11 a.m. on ESPN. You got Navy, North Texas. Navy at North Texas. Undefeated Navy against North Texas on ESPN2. And that's an interesting game because Navy still has to play Notre Dame. And everybody's worried that Notre Dame, having lost close games to Miami and Texas A&M, who are both top 10 teams, is going to be a playoff team if they win out, having beaten nobody but USC. And is USC anything that we need to be talking about?
Nah.
I mean, USC is a 6.5-point dog at Nebraska this week. So, ton of games at 11 a.m. What's your thoughts on that Miami at SMU game?
They're going to beat the crap out of your Mustangs. That's my thoughts on it.
What?
Yeah, they got woke up. That Louisville game that woke them up. Sometimes teams need that. Sometimes teams, you live in Miami, man. Like, you see all them fine-ass Cuban women and stuff. They probably giving you a lot of play because you're playing well and you're enjoying the fruits of your labor, like the ones that came before you. You know what I'm saying? Michael Irvin, Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Santana Moss, all those guys, they would be proud of this team. But sometimes these guys, they're still kids. They're still young adults. They're still young men. Sometimes you get over your skis to where you think that you're hotter than what you really are. And a team like Louisville comes along and puts you in your place. So then you have to refocus. Now Mario Cristobal's got his team's attention that, y'all shit does stink. And you can be beat on any given Saturday if you take these teams light. I don't think they're going to do that no more. And yo Mustangs, they're going to pay the consequence for it. So, yeah, that's all they needed. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this. And your Mustangs were BSing down there in Winston-Salem. What was that?
That was terrible.
What are y'all doing?
That was terrible.
I get it. It's a time difference, but it's not that bad.
They got multiple chances to get out of there alive when they probably deserve to lose. But, man, that was terrible. They're up 10-9. They get a fumble from Wake Forest at the 5. with a minute and something left, just run out the clock. Instead, they run it into the pile. They never tried to get a first down. They punt the ball back to Wake Forest. They get into field goal range and kick the game winner. So SMU got woke up too now. SMU got woke up too. Now they're coming home to take on the Canes in that mighty 32,000 seat Ford Stadium.
I don't think it's the same. Red Lashley, people telling him about the gigs that are coming available. His name's being floated around. That coaching.
You think he's distracted?
Oh, hell yeah, he's distracted. Yeah, hell yeah. Absolutely. Especially coming off of that college football playoff performance last year. Yeah, if I'm Rhett Latchley, I'm looking around. I see what's going on at Penn State. I see what's going on in Gainesville. And
what you mean?
Like Matt Rule, if he takes that Penn State job, then Nebraska comes calling down for Rhett Lashley. Where are you going?
He's staying right where he is. He's staying right where he is.
Okay.
He's sitting on a pot of gold, baby.
I mean, y'all got some money. Y'all throwing it around a little bit.
He's already shown he can get to the playoff.
Yeah.
Got his balls kicked in that playoff, but he got there.
He got there.
All right. Well, I shouldn't have asked you that question. All right. CB, Chris Bennett, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. We appreciate him so much. What did Diana Rossini say on Dan Lebitard's radio show about her SARC report? Please.
CB sent it to me. I got to pull it.
Here, I'll leave that up there so people know.
I got to pull it.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic, New York Times, whatever. The Athletic, I guess they call it. She's the one who reported at 9 a.m. on last Saturday that Steve Sarkisian's representatives had let NFL decision makers know that Sarkisian would be interested in various job openings or various NFL jobs if they came open, one of which has already come open, the Tennessee Titans. Did you find it, Zay?
Yeah, it's loading.
Okay. All right, so we'll find out what Diana Rossini
Did Sark talk to Diana? Because he said he wanted to when he was hitting the table at the end of that. He said, I like to talk to them. I forgot what he said afterwards, but
because he said it was baloney.
That was baloney.
I want to talk to them because that's baloney.
Baloney. Diana. I like Diana. Diana, she be putting some spicy stuff out there.
Yeah.
She did so about something else too recently. I forgot what it was.
Huh.
It wasn't as spicy as a Steve Sarkisian thing, but it was something that came up. All right, here she is, Diana Rossini of The Athletic on Dan Lebitard's show, talking about the Steve Sarkisian situation.
Diana, you reported on Saturday morning, I think it was, that Steve Sarkisian has put out feelers to the NFL and I think specifically the Tennessee job. His agents came out and strongly denied it. He did as well. Why would they do that? Like, isn't that a good thing if there are rumors out there about him wanting to go to the NFL?
No, it's horrible. When you're the head coach of Texas and you've got recruits visiting and it's game day and you got NIL and just all the weird landscape of college now that goes with this. Like, you're right. Like, years ago, who cares? Who cares? Steve Sarkisian wants to be an NFL coach, not breaking news, right? Most college coaches want to coach in the NFL. But in 2025, there are just so many different factors and so many, with the portal, players wanting to maybe leave if they don't trust that their coach is going to be there. There's a lot of layers and they have every right to be mad. Unfortunately, they never added that Steve Sarkisian wants to stay at Texas, right? They just said, this is not true. We did not talk to any NFL teams. And Jimmy Sexton and Steve Sarkisian, just to be clear, that the reporting I did not come from them. Like, Steve didn't call me on Saturday morning and be like, hey, like report this. So I think, does Steve Sarkisian have thoughts about coaching the NFL? Absolutely. We'll just see how this goes the rest of the year. I think it's totally fair and understanding to say that Steve Sarkisian is always going to keep his options open. He should. He should. It would be smart business for Steve to always have options outside of Texas.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, this thing, and I don't know how Steve Sarkisian and Jimmy Sexton communicate. Could someone at CAA have, let it be known to the Titans or maybe another NFL team? Like I said, I'd heard maybe the Dolphins, but that job's not even open.
It's about to be.
It's headed there.
It's headed there. Yeah,
it's headed there. And so, would Steve Sarkisian be interested if one of those teams called? I'm sure he'd listen. If he did more than that, that would make me wonder. And look, I know college, I keep saying it, these college head coaching jobs are getting harder and harder. They're nonstop. They're nonstop. He's, I don't know what's going on. He's a new dad. I mean, I don't know, but the college game, you control the personnel. In the NFL, you control almost nothing. You've got GMs and owners, and they want the players they want. It's rare when the coach gets to pick the players. There's a whole scouting department that gets paid a lot of money to do what they do all year long. Whereas Steve Sarkisian, he gets to pick his GM. He gets to hire his coaches. He gets to pick the recruits. And he's had a lot of forward momentum in the Texas program since the 5-7 season. Now, this season is threatening that for sure, because the offense can't seem to get things figured out. Arch Manning has been up and down and all around. And that's, Steve Sarkisian, landing Arch Manning was huge. That was a huge bump in recruiting and notoriety. And hey, receivers, tight ends, offensive linemen, they want to play with Arch Manning. But then they got the offensive line wrong. How did they not go get help in the portal? What's going on there? Kyle Flood. Kyle Flood giving Sarkisian and Brandon Harris hey, we're good. We're not good. And so this is where it gets real interesting to me, because if you want a simpler life, the NFL gives you a simpler life. I mean, it gives you a schedule. You're not having recruiting weekends every month of the year. So it's, I just, all these jobs coming open, it's like, there's no patience. There's no, we're paying $50 million buyouts here and $54 million there and $77 million to Jimbo. It's like, what is going on here? And where are all these coaches going to come from that are going to go take you where you want to go? I mean, this is fascinating right now in college football.
Yeah, Diana's comments, she did a lot of dancing, that's for sure. Like, it was a lot of salsa in them comments, dancing around the actual question, which, hey, she got to protect herself, whatever. She said it wasn't Steve Sarkisian that just hit me up that said I'm leaving or I want to leave. So I wonder who that source was. But either way, very weird time for it to come about, and especially with how Texas looks this season. But I think that would be idiotic to leave that job right now if you're Sark with what he's been through. Like, the dude, he shouldn't be here. Nobody with the things that he went through should be here. Head coach of the University of Texas. The fact that Nick Saban gave him a second chance is incredible. Where Saban was at the time, like, Saban could have been like, this guy who needed rehab, no thank you. I don't want to bring that over to where I am. But he took a chance on him, and it worked out. And Sark knows that. So if everything that you just said, Ship, all the perks that comes with being the head coach of Texas, the way that you're able to run things your way, why give that up? I get it, the new baby's here, but that's why you hire a Jeffrey from Fresh Prince, a maid. You're getting paid 10-point-something million. L'Oreal, I'm pretty sure she could get a nap in every day and not have to worry about little Adonis. What's my man's name? Like, Amias. Like, yeah. He's good right now. Amias is good. Amias taken care of. Sark's fine. He's being a great father. Here's the baby. Like, and if he does want to be a family man, then man, that's crazy. But with what I've seen from Steve Sarkisian up to this point, he feels like he can conquer the world and do it all. Be the head coach of the University of Texas, still have his life outside the field like a lot of freaking coaches have done and been successful doing, and still keep this thing rolling. I get it, it's hard, but that's why you hire other guys and people in your circle to make life easier. And if that's not working, which we might be finding out, that might be the case.
Hey, that might be the case. And Nick Saban fired dudes.
Oh, had to do it.
I mean, hey, you get a chance to prove it, and then when you show me you can't handle it, I got to move on.
Got to move on. That's okay.
And you got to maintain that level of standard so that every coach who gets hired in there knows, here's how we do things. Here's how it's structured. I'm going to, when Major went there as an analyst, he was in charge of third down. These other guys who were hired as analysts were in charge of red zone. Like, he has everybody working on, situational football while sitting in the meetings and hearing everything going on with the operation, so that when a guy moved on, he elevated a guy right into that spot who's already been in his program. Like Neil Brown. Neil Brown is a really talented offensive coordinator. Like, he's there. Now he's getting paid by West Virginia this year. Texas doesn't have to pay him much. And, Neil Brown is the kind of guy that Nick Saban would bring into his program, have him, contributing as special assistant, whatever, and then, elevate him into the program. Because if Neil Brown, let's say there's a change of heart at the end of the year, Sarkisian's like, hey, Neil, why don't you call the plays, whatever. Well, then Neil Brown's, if he does well, he gets a head coaching job again. And Neil Brown's a good coach. I mean, we know that. He was winning consistently at West Virginia. Just new athletic director came in who wanted his own guy. Happens all the time. And that guy hired Rich Rodriguez, which I thought was one of the worst hires of the cycle last year. We'll see if that works out or not. We'll talk to our man, Drew Fabianich, who was the GM for Neil Brown at West Virginia before they got let go. Drew Fabianich, now the executive director of the Senior Bowl. But there's a lot of good coaches out there. And the question is, do you have alignment in your program? Meaning, like Lane Kiffin right now. Lane Kiffin is getting players. Ole Miss is supporting him. He's been able to get players, and he did a really good job of evaluating who's your Trinidaddy Chambliss. That guy's come in, and I mean, everybody right now thinks Ole Miss is going to be a playoff team. And he had Jackson Dart last year and Quinshon Judkins a couple of years ago. I mean, he's had players, and we know Lane can coach. Now he makes some, we didn't even talk about that game. Zay, do you remember when Lane Kiffin went for it on 4th down from his own 30 in the first half of the OU game?
Had to. What you mean? Had to. Yo,
They
Lane.
failed. They failed.
Oh, that's fine.
And then OU
Lane,
got points out of it.
We'll get to that in the right call. Lane has made it very clear he has no respect for Brent Venables. So even though the average head coach would probably punt in that situation, Lane's lack of respect for Brent Venables and that D-bag part of his brain was saying, screw that guy on the other side of the sideline. I don't give a muck that I'm supposed to punt it here. I'm trying to run it up on him and then go talk to the great media about it afterwards, like he did. Thank you. So, yeah, like probably a bad move. But, yeah, Lane don't care about Brent Venables at all and made it known. I can't wait to play that video later.
Man, that was wild.
Yeah, Lane having fun right now, as he should. Like, he's the hottest man in the neighborhood right now. Like, Lane should be having the blast. You know, Lane's worked hard. Talk about a guy that's fallen and you didn't think would be able to get up. Lane's gotten up and then some. They said he couldn't win these type of games like at OU. He winning them. Like, good for him with his crazy ass.
Yeah. Lane, I don't know, man. I know, man, if you can make it to the playoff where you are, and I know what he's done at Ole Miss is big time because Ole Miss has never been like this. Not in my lifetime. I mean, Hugh Freeze had it for a minute, but not on a consistent basis. And I know the thing that worries me about Lane is the emotion. He lets emotion get involved.
Yeah.
So he makes some impulsive decisions instead of some, calculated high percentage decisions. But he is the most entertaining coach we have. I mean, that dude will say whatever's on his mind. I mean, he's given his post-game interview to Molly McGrath or whatever. And David Stone walks by and he's like, that guy was yelling at me the whole game saying, you're not going to score on us.
Yeah.
Like, what other coach would stop their post-game interview and bring that up?
Yeah, I've seen Sart do things like that before where you're talking to the opposing players in the game and it gets heated on those sidelines, but Lane takes it to a whole nother level. That
you've seen Sarkisian do that?
Yes. Yeah. So there's a video out there. I forget what game it was, but they were on his sideline and somebody was chirping at him on the opposing team and Sark said something back at him, which, yeah, I don't know what he said, but couldn't say it in Sunday school. I know that. Which, again, I think it's a part of the game, but also there's levels to it. And there's, lines that you can step over while doing it. And Lane is just, we say that's his personality. Oh, it's just Lane being Lane. Yeah, he's disrespectful. Yeah, he's ignorant. But it's Lane. He knows the game. He's fun. Freshwater. We love the guy. He posts his pictures of him and his shirt off with 2 honeys after hot yoga before games. It's Lane.
Well,
by the way, the stuff that I'm hearing about Brian Kelly, I heard Pate go out and say that Brian Kelly was on the beach when he should have been recruiting and stuff, which that don't look good, Brian Kelly, but damn a man for enjoying a pina colada with his toes in the sand every once in a while.
I mean, Brian Kelly held on to become the all-time winningest coach at Notre Dame. And that's huge. Brian Kelly's the all-time winningest coach at Notre Dame. What struck me, and I'm sure he wanted to get out from under the academic guidelines that Notre Dame held on to for so long, that athletes didn't get special treatment in admissions. Now they've relaxed that, and Brian Kelly wanted to see if he could go get it done in the SEC, in one of the most unique places in the SEC. LSU is the only major university in a talent-rich state, in the talent-rich state of Louisiana. Kids grow up in that state wanting to wear the purple and gold, and he just seemed out of it. And maybe I know he wants to win a national championship. He played for one, but he just seems tired to me. And now, I mean, I don't know how. I don't know. I mean, they've got rich guys, but again, whoever's writing these checks for $77 million to Jimbo and $54 million to Brian Kelly and $50 million to James Franklin, man, you must have money to burn, because that's crazy, crazy money that took a lot of work to earn, and you're just turning around and like, you're just paying to get out of where you are right now. Then you got to turn around and put out another 50 million guaranteed and 20 something million for staff, and then however many more millions for players. I mean, technically it's 20.5 million, and football gets a portion of that, but we all know that everyone's trying to do the end around with the third party contracts for NIL. That's going to be the next big story, is, trying to figure out how Deloitte's doing with the NIL guidelines and what is considered a fair market deal. Because we heard Lane at SEC Media Days saying nobody is respecting this. Everybody's doing whatever they want, because every deal's getting rejected. So, I mean, as we head into December, that's gonna be a story. How are these guidelines really? Do people believe in them? Do the schools believe in them? Is there teeth? So get ready for that.
Yeah.
Because it's unsustainable.
Go ahead.
It's unsustainable.
Oh, no.
You can't keep spending 35, 40 million a year on a roster, and to think you could have paid each student athlete $5,000 for name, image, and likeness, and kept all this from ever turning into a capital market society. And listen, I'm all for the players. I'm all for the players. You provide a huge entertainment. The revenue's there. You're the stars of the show. You absolutely deserve to make whatever you can make. And I hope beyond belief that some of these kids are listening to, their financial advisors. And, I told you about Worthy. That guy wasn't listening.
Don't say that. We don't know that.
Well, I don't know what he's doing now, but he wasn't doing it while he was at Texas. Like, he was just going and grabbing 100,000 out of his account for Lord knows what. So
yeah, you got to get a new chain. Like, what?
Yeah, he'll get that second contract. But don't get injured. Don't do things that, Rob Gronkowski just came out recently and said that he never spent, the only thing he lived off of while he was in the NFL was his marketing deals, that all of his contract money he put away. Like, that's what we heard from Emmanuel Acho. Emmanuel Acho, he lived off of his signing bonus and, tried to put his paychecks away and his game checks. And Michael Huff, his whole first contract, he put away.
Didn't he buy IHOP?
He did not buy an IHOP.
He didn't buy IHOP.
He wanted to, but that was because he loves their shrimp and pancakes.
Oh my gosh.
That's his meal. He loves that shrimp and
pancakes.
Yeah.
I don't know about that stuff.
It was when he got his second contract that he finally bought some cars and bought some nice things. But his whole first contract, which, remember, he was a top 10 pick, so he made some nice coin. He put all that money away. And that's, man, it's so, man, if you have that kind of money and you can put some of it away and get a Roth IRA, get all kinds of different investment vehicles, real estate, diversify, some stocks, you're set. You are set. And I just hope these guys listen, because some of them are making big money. Big money.
So you saying you can't go to the Cheesecake Factory every night and buy that 1942?
The Louis the 14th.
Louis the 14th, that's it. Louis the 14th. You
100,
do that?
100 plus a shot. And you're buying them for the whole place. It's nice to be the guy that takes care of everybody, but man,
VY knew it was going to come back. He knew that somebody at Texas have his back. You know what I'm saying? You only young once. I'm good with what VY did. Now he back home, podcasting with Matt, Babaloo, doing it. Still doing it. Shouldn't have to pay for a meal ever in the city. It's okay to spend that Louis the 14 then. It's okay to pop the bottles when you got that to fall back on. Not everybody has what VY has to fall back on.
In moderation. VY burned through 30 million.
So?
30 million.
So? What do you come back to the ATX and you live like a king for free anyway?
He filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah, but somebody from University of Texas help him get through that, help him pay it off.
I'm happy for him, but I just wish, I know he wishes he would have put more of that money away and maybe not bought Louis the 14 shots for strangers.
Man, VY, I love you, bro. What you did, legendary. Don't ever look back. He could go and preach. He could go out here and preach for everybody, be that guy to say, don't do what I did, be that role model. I love that for him. But if I'm him, I'm doing the same thing. The same thing, because I know, I could just go back to the ATX and live like a king for free anyway. So, he good. VY good in my book, man. And his homies now can always say, Vince had my back. All of them, all 400 of them. All 400 of them can say, yo,
you are a mess.
VY's a real one.
You can't say that you're happy that VY burned through 30 million.
It's different. It'd be different if he wasn't such a legend in the city, man. That'd be different. Like, I wouldn't want, who can I throw out here? Like Johnny Manziel, same thing. Johnny Manziel, just live in College Station your whole life. You'd be good. All the money that he blew, but Johnny can't do that. You know, Johnny got to live in LA. He got to live in Vegas. You know, Johnny, the lifestyle that he's trying to live, he can't do that. VY could live in the ATX. There's plenty to do. Plenty of motion going on. Yeah, man, spin that paper. The only young one, spin that paper. See, MC Hammer was like twerking in thongs and stuff. You knew it wasn't going to last for him.
Yeah, we've got comments are good today. Everybody's locked in.
How you going to hate College Station if you're Johnny? I get it. But like, if you're him, no, if I'm Robert Griffin III, I'm living in Waco. Like all these guys. If I'm Tim Tebow, I'm living in Gainesville. Like all these guys that might have not worked out in the pros like they thought it would. Go back to where you were in college and live like a king. Show your face. VY was at HEB. Them OU fans and A&M fans tried to clown him. VY was signing autographs at HEB. To me, that's living like a king. The greatest supermarket in the world. I'm biased, but I put HEB against anybody. Publix, Kroger, Albertsons. They ain't touching HEB. OU fans and A&M fans tried to clown my man VY because he wanted to sign autographs for the great people at HEB. They probably gave VY 2 years worth of groceries with inflation.
You're just conjuring.
That's a come up.
Hey,
so, yeah.
CBS, VY was working for the university, the Central University. That was not working out.
What you mean it wasn't working out?
They fired him.
They fired him?
Yes, and VY was pissed. So
Del
Conte went to Houston and said, hey, I want you to work for me in athletics. I want you to be a special ambassador, which is what Earl Campbell has been to the university, Jody Conrad, which is where he should have been all along.
All along.
And so, yes, VY has a $100,000 a year job with health insurance through the university. And DeLoss Dodds set up that position for Earl because he was worried about him not having health insurance, which was a phenomenal move by DeLoss Dodds because he knew, and the fact that this is still the case in the NFL is criminal. They only provide health insurance to former players for the first 5 years that they're out of football. When a lot of these guys, they don't need it.
Yeah.
When they need it is when they're 40, 50, 60, 70. It really bothers me that Jerry Jones can go buy a yacht that cost more than he paid for the entire Cowboys football team and its stadium. And these owners don't provide health insurance for their former players until they die. And yeah, they're a super expensive pool. They're going to have a ton of injuries. But guess what? If the owners each pooled a fraction of their revenue, they can afford it. And it's crazy. The players union, they don't fight over that. They fight for, different things, different concessions from the owners. And the reason is because the NFL Players Association is the current players. They don't know what it's going to be like in 20 years. So they're not like, hey, you need to make sure we have health insurance for the rest of our lives. Because they're in the here and the now. They're healthy. They're young. They're strong. It takes hindsight. But I can't believe I'm still talking about this 20 years later.
dark.
but that's criminal. All right. Let's
Somebody said, yo, Zay, you go stay in Bryan College Station for a weekend. It gets old real quick. Yo, I'll be there for a day. That's all I got. And that's probably only be because Texas is playing in town. Besides Lane's chicken fingers, I don't really have much value for College Station. And now they got a Lane's in San Marcos. So I really don't have no need to go to College Station. Ever.
Lanes.
Shout out to Lane's, man. Better than
Come on.
Cane's. I have to admit that. It's the same, but different.
Hey, I'm so excited that I'm now partnering with Humann. That's right, Humann. You see it right there in the corner of our screen if you're watching the YouTube channel, Humann with 2 N's. Because if you were paying attention to the partnership that they announced with the University of Texas at the beginning of the football season. So, my wife will tell you that I've collected supplements over the years. That's fair, but not anymore because Humann has got it right. And the fact that the Humann health products were developed in unison with the University of Texas and Nobel Prize winning research. I always say Humann is Texas's Gatorade. Their Super Beats Heart Chews are phenomenal. I take them every day. And the Super Beats powder for athletic performance, I take it every time I work out. And the turmeric chews, which helps with anti-inflammation, I take these every day. And look, you go to Humann/TSU or Humann.com. Sorry, Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU and use the promo code TSU and you're going to get 20% off of your purchase. And I would absolutely recommend the Super Beats Heart Chews because, guys, we're trying to be heart healthy. We're trying to do things that are good for us. And the research that was done at the University of Texas Health Science Center, you now have a cheat code to taking care of yourself with these Super Beats Heart Chews, the turmeric chews. I swear by all the products at Humann with 2 N's.com. But start there. I would say that. And go to Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU. You're going to get 20% off of your purchase. And do it for yourself. And you're going to feel better. You're going to feel better. You're going to perform better. Your brain fog's going to go away. I cannot say enough. And trust me, I have tried all the supplements. And Humann has got it right. Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU. Promo code TSU. All right. Hey, and when you're ready to just kick back and watch your favorite team, I don't know how many people stayed up to watch that World Series game last night. 17 innings. Are you kidding me? But Cover 3 is the spot. Great food, high-end food without the high-end prices, and a great vibe, great place to hang out with your friends and watch your favorite team. Don't forget about brunch on the weekends at Cover 3. But just stop by, like on Anderson Lane, or if you're up in Round Rock, right there off Old Settlers. Cover 3 is my absolute favorite spot in Austin. So check out the Chop House Burger, the Sean Adams Prime Rib Sandwich. I need more of you to let me know about the Sean Adams Prime Rib Sandwich. Do you like it with the horseradish? Do you like the au jus? How about those Parmesan fries? You know what I'm saying? And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, only one call to make in Austin, Texas, and that is our guy, Tom McKay, Audiovisual Consultations. Tom's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So you don't need to go shopping, lugging 80-inch TVs around town. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You just call 255-8678, and boom, Tom's setting you up. He's bringing in the the big screen TV, big enough for you to feel like you're on the field, because that's what you deserve. Look, you love sports. You need to have that big screen. You need to have that place where you can get away, feel like you're at the game, crank up that surround sound. That's what Tom McKay wants to do for you. And he's done it in 3 different houses for me in Austin. So give him a call, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. He can also take care of you on surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. He's got you covered. All right, Zay, for the chip shot today, I need my man PK to unleash the hounds. I need my man PK to let loose. I need him to take some chances. We saw it late in the Mississippi State game, and it turned into a sack fest. I need Anthony Hill coming downhill. I need Anthony Hill to torment Diego Pavia on Saturday at 11. I need Anthony Hill coming downhill. I don't need him in coverage this week. I need him around the line of scrimmage. What we're seeing from Anthony Hill the last 3 games, this is, I think, what we thought we were going to see the whole year. And I get it. You're going to play him off the ball. You're going to, move him out to the slot at times, all that. I get it. And he's shown the NFL he can do that. This week, I need Anthony Hill all over Diego Pavia. I'm not saying I would even use Anthony Hill as the spy. I don't want him to be restricted by that. I want him to be able to shoot gaps and go get Diego Pavia. I hope this defense is doing the best film study they've done all year, because this is the most dangerous quarterback they've faced all year. This is a guy who wills his team to victory. Hell, Texas got up 21-7 on Vanderbilt last year and then took their foot off the gas. Diego Pavia came roaring back, and suddenly it was a 3-point game at the end. Texas did a lot of things to hurt themselves in that game, a roughing the passer call that, they did a lot of things. They committed penalties that extended drives for Vanderbilt more than once. So this was also the game where Big Ocho kind of found his groove.
Yeah.
Had a big 3rd down pass breakup that kind of ignited him. So this defense, not breaking news, is going to have to win this game. We don't know what's going on at quarterback right now. It's looking like Matt Caldwell, but earlier in the year, Lenora Sellers didn't practice until Thursday, and he played after getting concussed in the Vanderbilt game. So I think that's right. After they played then he played at Missouri the next week when no one thought Lenora Sellers was going to be playing. So we don't know the concussion protocol. I wrote a story about it yesterday. There's several steps that Arch has to go through. I don't believe he practiced today. So Tuesday's the big physical practice of the week. That's when you're really getting after it. So I don't, how are they going to keep kicking to Ryan Niblett? Like, you can't keep expecting special teams to come up with, or Ryan Niblett to keep coming up with these game-changing plays. I mean, it's great that it's happened 3 weeks in a row. The guy's averaging 38.1 yards per return the last 3 games with 2 touchdowns. I said it yesterday. What he's doing is like Derek Jeter-like in the postseason. You get very few opportunities to have an impact on a game as a baseball player, offensively, defensively, and especially as a punt returner. You get 2 to 4 chances a game, and this guy's making game-changing plays. So, PK, I need you to take some chances. I need you to get after it. If you give up a big play, which you probably won't because your coverage is going to be so deep, get after these guys. If your coverage is struggling, the best way to help your coverage is a pass rush. And there's no law in bringing 5 or even zone blitzing and keeping them guessing, but PK has to be on it. And these players have to be on it. Like, they can win this game. They can win this game Saturday because they have Eli Stowers. They don't, they've got some good players. They have a really good offensive line. They want to lean on you. They want to wear you down. Don't give them that chance. Bring some corner pressure. Hell, we finally saw Michael Taff on a blitz against Kentucky for the first time all year. Like, we haven't seen Grayson Littleton blitz enough, in my opinion. But you got to bring some pressure, man. And you got to bring it early. You can't let Diego get into a groove like you did with Cutter Boley. And, Grayson Littleton's got to have a big game in this game. He's got to be able to cut off some of these short passes and be really disruptive. Get upfield, disrupt their screen game. Just get Pavia out of sorts. Because if he gets into a rhythm, advantage Vanderbilt. Advantage Vanderbilt.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like him getting in the rhythm is just improvising all the time. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how many times that they'll be in that pistol look. He'll come out of a play action bootleg, and then there'll be somebody right there in his face, and he'll just juke that person out of their draws to keep the play alive and somehow throw some crap down the field to keep the chains moving. Like, he lives off sandlot football, and Tim Beck does a really good job of putting his philosophy in place, but also making it to where Diego has a ton of freedom to where he's not thinking. He's just playing off of the feel of the game. And that right there is what makes him so dangerous. Like, you could scheme up all you want and throw all the looks that you're talking about, Shep, and put a whole bunch of pressure on them, but you still got to bring them down. Like,
right.
Who says that he won't just jump over you diving at his legs like he gets every team, or moments where there's nobody down the field open and you think you have a stop, he uses his legs to just get up the field and make things happen. Like Alabama, they got him on a fumble. He doesn't fumble very often, but that was a huge point in that game because they were up 7-0 and they were about to drive again to make it 14-0 right after a Ty Simpson interception. And Diego fumbled, and that completely changed the momentum of that game. So I bring that game up because that's their only loss of the year to Alabama. And they had control of that game, but that turnover right there, that turned it around for the Crimson Tide. Those fans got back into it, and they just didn't allow the run game to be a factor, which he's a huge part of that run game. He's the leader of that run game with all the stats and stuff, but you can't sleep on Alexander. You can't sleep on Young. You can't sleep on Stowers. And their other tight end is solid too. When they play 12 personnel, they throw Cole out there, Cole Spence, and he can make some things happen. So, yeah, he's dangerous. That Diego Pavia, he's dangerous.
Yeah. Junior Sherrill, you got to watch out for him. Spence and Stowers, those are the guys who are really going to, make it tough on you.
Richardson's fast too. Richardson,
yeah.
Be careful. They throw him on some jet sweeps and stuff. And yeah, man. When he turns his back on that play action on the pistol, especially if that run game's going, be careful because he is dangerous right there. Great chip shot, my guy, as usual. Time for the right call. But before that, though, got to give a shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. Covert BK is the best. How do I know? Because I'm a Covert BK customer myself. My wife and I got our Buick Encore GT, and we absolutely love it. If you don't want to take my word for how great Covert BK is, listen to these fine folks of Covert BK.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So yesterday you told me to find Madison Beer's Halloween picture. This is the best one I got.
Little Sailor?
Little Sailor, yeah. She's out with her boyfriend, Justin Herbert. So it's all right. Nothing special. But yeah, shout out to the new it couple, Madison Beer and Justin Herbert. Another it couple in the celebrity ranks right now is Klay Thompson and Meg Thee Stallion. Meg has been all in. She's been going to Mavs games. She's sitting with moms like we talked about the other day. And last night, Chip, Meg Thee Stallion was outside. Like, really outside. Like, I don't think Klay's going to have a good season at all. Looking at her like this, if she's showing up like this to games, if I'm Jason Kidd, if I'm Nico Harrison, this was another bad investment because
I mean, there is nothing on under that t-shirt.
There's nothing on under the t-shirt. I don't know how Klay can focus. I'm just keeping it real. Like I really don't. Like this is all seriousness, y'all. Y'all know me. I'm a big jokester. Love to laugh. Woo! I don't know how Klay Thompson can focus. I mean,
hey, you know what? He got them rings already. He's a made man. Enjoy life, Klay.
Enjoy life. That's what you're saying. It doesn't matter. Just
enjoy
steal
life.
Mavs. Huh? Just steal money. Well, you want me to throw out games?
He doesn't have it in him to steal money. He's going to give it everything he's got.
Okay, well, he had 10 points first game of the season. Second game of the season, he gave you a smooth 8. The third game of the season.
How many minutes?
20.
Okay. He's
Third
not
game
playing.
of the season, 10 points against the Thunder, which they lost. They're 1-3, by the way. And then against the Thunder the other night, he gave you 8. So Klay hasn't been over 15 points at all this season. And this is why. I'm blaming Meg. And look, we love love. We love love here on Chip and Zay. Y'all know that. But also, love can be distracting.
Oh, hell yes.
And for somebody that has the responsibilities like Klay Thompson does, which is put the ball in the hoop from a further distance than majority of the NBA, this is a distraction. This is a distraction. She's one of the finest.
Yeah.
So I hope it works out. But I think it's time to retire. Like if I'm Klay Thompson and she comes to the arena looking like that, I need to realize, Nico, Jason, I apologize. I gotta retire. Because you said it, Chip. He's a made man. What does he have to play for at this point? He doesn't need to be playing.
I'd never get out of bed with
That's
Meg.
what I'm saying. Like we're in Cancun, we're in the Bahamas, we're exploring Europe because she's gonna have to go back on tour eventually. So it's time to play that Stedman role. Like I need folks to start looking into Stedman's game. Stedman is a legend. What he's done with Oprah over the years, just low key behind the scenes. It's time to do that with Clay. He can still go out there at the park and shoot around. There's parks everywhere around Dallas, Texas. He can still go out there, get some shots up. You know, she's a Houston girl, so she's moved to Dallas for him. If I'm a Mavs fan, I'd legitimately be concerned because Klay Thompson, as long as he's with Meg the Stallion, he's gonna be awful. That's just how it's gonna go. He's not gonna be.
Hey,
he can't be. He can't.
He might be able to. He might figure it out.
You saw the picture.
Oh,
he can't. He's not gonna be able to.
Hey, Tom Brady had his career, and he was waking up every morning with Giselle.
An anomaly, Tom Brady. That Tom Brady, not everybody has that. You know? Like Steph Curry's wife, Aisha. All she does is embarrass him all the time. I think that motivates Steph low-key. I think that pisses Steph off to keep on going and to get out the house. Steph might play for another 10 years, so he doesn't have to go back home. Because he didn't get no prenup. He in California. He with her till the end. You know,
that's like my man Chris Chelios, the hockey player.
Yeah.
He won Stanley Cup with the Red Wings. He went back to the minors when he was 45 years old. That guy just never wanted to go home. He loved life on the road. He loved being out of town. Going back to the hotel.
Going back to the hotel. All right. So Lane Kiffin, being the petty man that he is, I guess after the game against Oklahoma, Brent Venables told the media that he still felt that his Sooners were the better team than Ole Miss. Well, they asked Lane about that the other day, and this is what he had to say about Brent Venables' comments.
Your thoughts following the game? Coach Brent Venables said you felt like he had the better team. Just your overall thoughts on that.
That's an interesting take. That's a hot take. You have a better team. I wouldn't have thought that people watching would say that. You know, I felt that we won at their place in weather that as a defensive head coach you would normally wish for, and won by 8 points. And I think we left a lot out there. I think we should have won by a couple scores. So I don't know how he evaluated that game, that they were the better team. I mean, we had way more yards, 21 first downs to 14, and we played, 87 plays of offense, and they had 1 sack and didn't force any turnovers. That's a interesting take, but whatever he needs to say.
And also following up to road trips
maybe
to Georgia.
Maybe they had the better team last year too when we beat them. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Following up on the road against Georgia.
Maybe you had the better team in Oklahoma when we beat them 55-19 in the national championship. Maybe you had the better team at Clemson when we beat them 45-40 in the national championship at Alabama. Next question, my bad. You got me on that.
Talking about.
Yo, he hates Brent Venables. He hates that man. That is hatred right there. To interrupt the dude twice asking the question, to continue to be petty, and to continue to throw out facts and stats on how you've just been just that knife to Brent Venables' stomach, and you just twist the knife over and over again. I love it.
And that's your guy. He's the king of petty.
Yeah, I love him. Yeah, I love him. I love the guy.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want him here. I wouldn't want him coaching that. He couldn't handle this job. If the Texas job somehow came open, he couldn't handle Texas. Couldn't do it. Wouldn't like that here. Wouldn't be a good fit. But for everyone else, I love it. I love it for college football. I love it for
Have you seen the documentary that ESPN did, The Many Lives of Lane Kiffin?
I haven't. Still haven't gotten to that. I just finished the first part of your Charlie Sheen one. I just finished that. So, yeah, you didn't expect that. You didn't expect me to say that, did you? Look at me.
You popping that on me at 4:00?
That's just the first part. let me finish.
All right,
the
all right.
West, which that's going to take all week, by the way.
What?
Yeah, hey, come on.
What you mean?
Baby steps. Baby steps.
Jeez, what
Baby
on earth do you have going on, keeping you so busy that you can't watch the second half of the Charlie Sheen biopic?
What I got going on? You don't need to worry all that. You know what I'm saying? I want to be a mystery sometimes. You dig?
Hell, I'm gonna have to rewatch it. I've forgotten all this stuff in it. I told you to go watch it.
Let's
All right, let's
bring
bring
the
it.
open gym, guys.
Patrick and Matt, let's open up the gym. What's up, fellas?
Y'all really don't believe that Lane Kiffin can handle Texas?
I mean, he could, but it would be a roller coaster ride.
I mean, we're never going to find out, but I think he's a lot different than he used to be. I think he'd do fine.
I think he's a lot different, but I think he's still Lane. Like that whole little diatribe he just went on about Venables.
I love that personally.
Oh yeah, no, he's petty.
I love it. Yeah,
he's petty, and he's gonna do it his way. I mean, you gotta roll with Lane.
Yeah,
but you know, if you want the Nick Saban approach, don't even think about it with Lane. You know what I mean? He's gonna always have a wild card factor to him, a pucker factor for whoever's his boss. That's just the way it's gonna be.
I will also say, at least he doesn't call his own plays.
Taking shots.
No, nobody's taking shots. It's just like everybody's complaining about, head coaches calling their own plays and then how many national titles they've won calling plays, and Lane doesn't do it. So,
Matt, did you go to Ole Miss?
I did.
Okay, so do you think Lane's the coach at Ole Miss next year?
Right now, it sure seems like it, because I don't think that he's going to make a decision based on money.
Yeah, his daughter's the one who kept him there the last time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
like, I just finally moved here, and you've been out of my life all this time. Like, I'd like you to stay here, and he did.
Yeah, he did, and I think that if he does leave, it'll be for a job that can give him more than Ole Miss, which in today's day and age, I don't think there's a whole lot of them that can, with the transfer portal. And he has all the NIL money he could possibly need. He's got all the resources he could possibly need. So LSU would be one. That's for sure.
Well, if he goes to LSU, Weeks ain't going to be on the team next year.
What do you mean? He's playing his daughter.
You can't be sleeping with the coach's daughter. Can't
yes,
be doing
you can. What do you
He'll be in the
mean?
NFL. He'll be in the NFL.
What about my man? What about oh God, who was the safety for Texas who dated Charlie
Strong's daughter? Yeah, right before Charlie Strong was gone.
Joker.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right.
Later.
We'll see y'all tomorrow. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Oh, he popped himself back on. Open Gym here on there. Texas Lines Open 512. Oh, he's back. You got the name?
Deshaun Elliott. Sorry.
Yes, Deshaun Elliott. Yes, there it is. There we go.
Will Chip make another appearance on Open Gym? We will find out.
9328. And, of course, on the chat here, Facebook. CB knew it. CB knew it. Dave knew it. Twitch, X, and, of course, on YouTube. A lot of good stuff coming up on the show today. Get into some more talk. We didn't play any real Sark audio from yesterday's. We'll play some of that today and get into it as we start to look at what this week will involve going through with Arch and concussion protocol as they start to move forward. What can they take out of that Mississippi State game in the comeback? A lot to get into here, Matt. But yeah, the Lane Kiffin, I mean, this may be the most conversation about Ole Miss football at this point in the season in a while, because the team is really good and also everybody wants to steal your coach.
Yeah, it's here's what it really is, and it kind of is. I don't think that Lane is close with the Tui family CB. I don't think the Tui family is very welcome in Oxford anymore, to my knowledge. And yes, Joe, I think that you're onto something there. But here's what it really is, Patrick. You know if you're a blue blood or if you're not a blue blood by whether or not bigger programs are trying to steal your coach. Ole Miss isn't a blue blood, and it's kind of an awkward position to be in. But at the same time, and like I said a minute ago, in today's day and age of college football, it makes a lot less sense to leave a place like Oxford because you have all the resources at your fingertips. You have tip-top facilities that they've created and redone over the last few years. He runs that city. He can do whatever he wants. I think personally that if the Ole Miss athletic director, it was actually afraid of him leaving Oxford, if there was, I think they'll pay him as much money as they could possibly, as you can imagine. Like, it won't be a decision that's based on money. They could pay him some ridiculous money that people will make fun of them for, like $15 million. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll at least offer it to him. I don't think that that's the way the decision is going to be based, but it's certainly a cool position to be in, that you're doing this well, that everybody wants to steal your guys. It's also a little bit nerve wracking, but I think he'll end up staying.
Yeah, I can understand it's a little bit nerve wracking. And yeah, CB, I saw that Diana Rossini, she was on somewhere on Dan Le Batard or something to do with that. And it was peak just dumbness, because she was asked about the report. And then the question was, wouldn't you as a coach want the NFL to be interested in you? And then she says no. And Joe, then, it basically goes through the whole thing where she doesn't really say, she says she didn't get the report from his people, which we knew clearly. But then she doesn't really say she was wrong, but she doesn't say she was right. She just says, of course there's interest in Sark in the NFL. And of course Sark should have interest in the NFL, because every coach should. And then she points out that Sark said he didn't want to stay at Texas, and part of it. So they both are just using semantics to sit and make this go longer than it has to be, instead of Diana Rossini just going, oh, no, I was told something and it probably wasn't true. Or I was told something and I took it to mean something else. She could have just said that and we could have rolled off with it, but she's not going to say that. But the reality is, it feels as if wherever she got that from, or whatever it was somewhat of a less, because the biggest part of this that makes zero sense is the Titans. You would not leave Texas to go to Tennessee.
No.
Like, that's not the job. I get Cam Ward's cool, but they're a ways away. Also, that ownership's not very good. It's not like there's nothing really grabbing you to go, man, I'd really want to go to Tennessee if I took over. There's better locations, there's better places to go than you could go to the Titans. It's not a greatly run franchise. So I don't think that's where he would be calling them to go, please get me out of Texas. I just don't see that happening. Plus, he has to pay $10 million to leave to go to make basically the same money he's making here, but less guaranteed money most likely than he has here. Like, none of it really makes sense, other than he is completely done with the grind of college football as a whole and just thinks, well, maybe this is my best chance to get out to go to the NFL. But I'm not buying that one either. Anything's possible. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff. We'll get to our overreactions Tuesday, and there's some weird things in there that I was looking through, and I'm like, some of these are not crazy. So we'll get to that. But I don't know. It seems as if she did not double down. If she would have come out and said, I have a clear source, or if other people would have come out by now and said, we've also heard the same thing, then it's way more, but it's literally one person's report, and she wouldn't even really double down on it.
Well, that probably means that she was wrong, and she just doesn't want to admit that she was wrong. So she's coming out and saying, she's dancing around it, so to speak.
Yes.
And whatever. I've never been a big proponent of her reporting in the first place. She's been wrong on multiple occasions. This one seemed far-fetched to me, and it would appear that, that continues to be the case. if you are a reporter and you make a report that is as not inflammatory, but as big as that one, and then it forces Sark's agents to come out and categorically deny every word of it, and then you don't double down, then that tells me all I need to know. So whatever, Diana. I'm sure you heard something from like the janitor at the Titans facility or something, but like or the guy in the Chipotle line in Nashville, maybe.
Yeah. You heard
But-
something from the scout who wants to move up the ladder, who is a low-end scout or quality control or something like that, who really has no information about this kind of thing anyway, and was like, I was in the office and I heard this name thrown around. And you're like, but that is not saying I picked up the phone and it was his agent saying it. So, and yeah, hair of the dog, that's why I agree. The second source thing, well, it's long gone because you have to report things immediately now or else it breaks out. So the second source thing, that's more newspaper reporting from back in the day. It's all gone now.
Well, I think that if you want to see how stuff like this is actually done, go read Chip Brown.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people that do better reporting. I'll say that. But yeah, we've seen that come out. And so I saw the clip of it, her talking about it. And once again, she didn't double down, but she didn't say no. And then she threw out the same. He didn't come out and immediately just go, I want to be at Texas. You're like, I'm sorry that you need somebody to unequivocally close every loophole for you of your made up story. But we'll move on from it because I don't think it deserves a huge amount of time because it does feel like it is something that at the end of the day is not going to be a major story. And we won't know until the end of the season because we don't know what NFL jobs will be open at the end of the season. We don't know what Sark's rest of the season is. The Titans aren't going to hire Sark if he loses 4 straight and is a 6-6 coach at Texas. Titans aren't hiring that guy. So I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of things left to be done this season that it's all kind of silly and speculative to jump out on any of those things right now. It was just kind of and the timing of the report is what really, because if it would have come out on a Tuesday and we could have dealt with it during the week, it wouldn't have felt like it was literally just a grab of attention to get your name and your story put out on every single broadcast on Saturday.
He didn't come out and categorically deny it himself. Nice hair of the dog. He didn't come out and categorically deny it himself the morning of the report because he was preparing for a football game.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that what he said after the game was categorically denying that report, then I don't know what to tell you, Diana.
I don't know what to tell you. Another interesting thing I've noticed today, Matt, with Brian Kelly and his firing, that we saw Mike Gundy get fired. And through all his faults and his high points and his low points and really just having the program fall apart there at the end, a lot of people are pretty complimentary and like, look, let's not bury Mike Gundy. He did a lot of good things. And then James Franklin, and it really, hit the skids hard for James Franklin. He gets fired. People are like, look, James Franklin, maybe the job was too big for him but let's not be too harsh on James Franklin. And even Billy Napier gets fired at Florida, and everybody goes, maybe it didn't work out, but Billy Napier's not a bad guy. It just didn't work out at Florida, and it was time for a change there. Brian Kelly gets fired at LSU, and people are kicking dirt on the grave, man. It is a way different attitude for Brian Kelly. I have not heard one nice thing about Brian Kelly since he's been fired. Everything has been people coming out and being like, this dude may be one of the worst people on the planet. They're like, he's a bad person. He's a bad coach. The stories, the player who said he was had to medically retire because Brian Kelly basically said, we need the roster spot. So you got to be gone. And I don't want you to get second opinion, anything else. Your career's over. Just get out of here. And he also said that as soon as he got hurt, Brian Kelly never addressed him in the hallway or ever even talked to him ever again, basically. So that one, there is an old school story that people are bringing up now of Matt LaFleur and I can't remember who the other guys who had coach now too, were graduate assistants with him. And he invited them to the party. And they thought they were like, wow, this is really cool. We get invited to the party. When he got there, he had them shovel the sidewalk, shovel the driveway, and then go pick up and valet everybody's car. And that was Matt LaFleur talked about that in the sense of, I will never treat my people like he treated me. And like, that's more the stories you hear is people saying, I will never treat anybody the way Brian Kelly treated me because how bad it was.
Hey, hair of the dog. If that's true, I find that very hard to believe. He is not.
Yeah. I don't believe he was at LSU enough to talk to anybody.
He's not Lane Kiffin. I'll put it that way.
He's not. No, I just don't believe Brian Kelly would have. I don't think he would have tried to hook up with that type of swamp trash as he would consider it. I don't consider it that. I think Brian Kelly would consider it that. Because that's how he thought about LSU from the time he got there. And there is just there's no one from other jobs speaking out for him right now. It is just crazy to me, Matt. I've not seen this where I'm like, Brian Kelly is just getting buried right now. No one jumping up for Brian Kelly.
I think my favorite thing that I saw about Brian Kelly after he was fired was there was a picture, or maybe it was a video on X of him walking out to his car in the parking lot, and he was parked like over one of the lines, and the tweet just said, man, Brian Kelly even sucks at parking.
No, I'm with you. There's talent on that campus. I'm not saying that I would appreciate it. I'm saying it felt like Brian Kelly, the last thing he wanted to do was spend any more time at the campus or around those people than he had to be. That was every report you read is like that dude was in and out as fast as he could be. So he did the job. It is long hours. That's what it takes to be a coach. But they're like, he never was trying to be out there.
And I'm saying that Brian Kelly is a ugly person, and none of the talent on that campus is going to be pursuing Brian Kelly. If they are, then
God help them.
I'm sorry, honey.
No, I mean, but yeah, it's that one threw me off, Matt. It definitely threw me off because I was surprised to see. Normally you hear like the positives and people come out and really defend him. I do think there's some star players on LSU that are defending him because they're the star players. And by every account, if you're a star, Brian Kelly is very, very nice to you. But it's kind of bad management.
I think you saw what players thought about Brian Kelly when he yanked Garrett Nussmeier out of the game, and he just walked right by him and didn't say a word to him.
Yeah. Well, because once Garrett Nussmeier's like, I haven't been good enough this season, so he's treating me like crap. Mm-hmm. So that was one that I've been watching the last day, and I have been like, wow. Normally there's kind of this like somber, respectful feeling when a coach gets fired. That, the university themselves and the student sections like, please get rid of this guy. We hate him. But maybe there's not a little bit. And it is Chris Woodward. I think Jimbo Fisher was similar to this, where there wasn't a lot of love because everybody thought what a horrible job he did, but it wasn't even as bad as this. The Jimbo Fisher one was just the amount of money he got paid. Everyone was like, dude, you just got to go away. And the fact that his name is still if I was Chris Woodward, who is the AD for LSU. Scott Woodward, sorry. If I was Scott Woodward, the AD for LSU, the first thing I would do is issue a public statement saying that I'm never going to speak to Jimbo Fisher during this entire process. I blocked him on my phone. We will not even go there, because if I interview Jimbo Fisher, they should lock the door, change the key code, not allow me, throw my stuff out on the front lawn if I interview Jimbo Fisher for this.
I think that Jimbo Fisher is a legitimate candidate for this job because of Scott Woodward. So,
like, if
what LSU really needs to do,
I do honestly believe this. If he were to say like one of our finalists is that, his job would be gone within the hour. I don't think there's anyone above him at LSU that would allow that to happen.
I think that Scott Woodward needs to go because he has screwed up since he's got there, he's screwed things up.
Yeah. Basically, he went to A&M, hired Jimbo Fisher, responsible for the biggest buyout, then goes to LSU and brings in Brian Kelly. And
fires Ed Orgeron after one bad year.
Fires Ed Orgeron after one bad year. Hires Brian Kelly. And knowing that what we know, that none of this is new information, that he was a jerk and no one liked him. None of that was new information. It was all readily available when he was hired. And so, yeah, it feels like that. And it doesn't feel like the other programs are succeeding at enough clip that you can cover yourself with everything else is winning so much at LSU that we can take that. Like Chris Del Conte at least has the ability to be like, well, we've done this over here and we've created this. We've created a lot of great programs. So even if Texas football stumbled a bit, he still gets some credibility. And then it's like, we'll give you another year to figure this out, CDC. But I don't know if LSU's had that.
Scott Woodward, did he hire Will Wade? Because all that Will Wade stuff happened under his watch. They were there at the same time. He must have hired Will Wade. I think he got hired. I think Will Wade got hired at LSU in 2017. Yeah. So Scott Woodward was hired at LSU in 2016. He hired Will Wade. Look how that worked out.
Like, I mean, it worked out great.
Makes bad hires.
Yeah, he is. He's not somebody that I would think. No, he was at LSU at 2019, so he didn't make that hire. He was at A&M at 2016.
Ah, okay.
So he didn't.
Well, it still happened under his watch because Will Wade was there until 2022.
Yes. No. So the everything going poorly and turning downhill when, it was. But hair the dog. I'm with you. Hire Jimbo Fisher. We'll beat you more and more. But I don't
You'll get
know
some really good recruiting classes, and then 90% of them will transfer other places.
Also, good news, Matt. You know what is in 1 week from today?
1 week from today would be the 5th of November.
4th of November, I believe.
4th of November.
4th of November. Texas men's basketball returns.
Ooh.
Next week. Men's basketball returns. They play Duke next Tuesday. So 1 week from today, Texas basketball is back. So I'm looking forward to that one coming up next week. Tomorrow, we got Will Matthews coming on the show. I thought it'd be fun to catch up with Will after he has been jet setting with the team as a sideline reporter all season long, having Will come back on and talk about the atmosphere in Starkville and the comeback and how Kentucky win and just how it's gone on the road and what this team needs to do to get set. So I thought it'd be good to have Will back on the show tomorrow. He'll be on right at the beginning of the show tomorrow. So we'll get into that. But as we can get into talking about Sark and a little bit of what he talked about yesterday and looking at some of those press conference clips, Matt. And we can, I do want to start with one thing, and we'll kind of jump around a little bit here. But I wanted to start with one thing, that Sark did make a change this week in coaching. We talked about the coaching and everything else, and the people wanting to go play calling in different places. Keep considering him very stubborn, which we all know he's somewhat stubborn, but there's very few head coaches in college football or any sport that are not stubborn to some extent. Really, there's very few men that are not stubborn to some extent. So, especially the head coaches. I know I'm very stubborn as well. But one of the changes they did make this week is they put AJ Milwee back in the box. So they changed it up a little bit that AJ Milwee had been on the sideline. Sark was asked about that, and he will explain why AJ Milwee ended up back in the box this week to try and help out this Texas team and help out Sark with his play calling a little bit more. Here's what Sark had to say Monday about moving AJ Milwee up into the coach's box.
Yeah, so, AJ obviously was a coordinator in his past at Akron. And then, we were together at Alabama for a couple years and had really good rapport there. And when we first got here, he was up top. And then I'm trying to think if it was 2 years ago or a year ago. I don't remember the time. I felt like Quinn needed to have somebody on the sidelines with him to really talk to because I just wasn't as accessible being the head coach and doing that. So we brought him down, and there was great rapport there. And in our 5 years here, Mike Bamonte's been in our program. He was an analyst when he first got here, and now because there's no limitations on coaches, we made him the assistant quarterback coach this offseason. And Mike has always been up top over the past couple of years. And so as as the season went on, I just felt like, man, AJ knows me so well. We've been together so long that I felt like some of the information from him was going to be helpful for me in game in real time and allow him to watch the game as opposed to being on the sidelines with the same view that I had. On the flip side of that, I thought Mike could provide a little more energy and juice. He's got great rapport with all of our players, not only Arch, but all of those guys on offense. So I thought it was a win-win and going into it, and it proved that way. I thought AJ was very helpful for me on game day being up top. I also think Mike Bamonte was very helpful for our players. In the midst of the adversity we were getting faced with, I thought his energy was really helpful. And in turn, I don't think we missed anything with the communication with Arch on the sidelines and making adjustments and the iPads and things like that.
So there was Sark talking about the changes in the coaching just for a week to see where this goes, and it seems maybe there were some positives out of that. But moving AJ Milwee up into the coach's box, taking Mike Bamonte and moving him down to the sideline, kind of switching those two guys up, because Sark says there is a different viewpoint from it's easier to call plays from a box than it is on the field most of the time. You see the game better. You're able to see different pieces well. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people give up their play calling is because they realize, man, you just have a better view up there. So if I can hire someone and put him up there, that gives them a way better view of what's happening. And then it's my job on the sideline to make sure everything's handled. I'll put out all the fires down here. So that's one of the reasons. Trying to put AJ Milwee up there feels like it's an attempt to help AJ Milwee help out with the play calling a little bit more, to point out those trends to Sark, that they know each other really ins and outs. And it seems like a smart decision to try and correct things without having to make a drastic in-season move. This seems like a pretty smart in-season move.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, it's not a thing that's a drastic change, like you said. It's just moving a couple guys around, and AJ Milwee's a real smart guy. He knows Sark as well as anybody on the staff. They've been together a long time. He knows how he thinks. He knows what he likes to call in certain situations against certain looks, and how he knows the trend. Like he can see the trends from up there, and all that's great. And you know, it's not that he doesn't have a good relationship with Arch. They still talk throughout the entire game. They're still communicating throughout the entire game, but it gives him also a better viewpoint of what Arch is doing, what Arch is seeing, what, you know, the decisions that he's making against certain looks and certain defenses and all that stuff. And, you know, Mike Bamonte's a younger guy. I think that he's better utilized in that role, and AJ Milwee's, you know, better utilized from up in the box. So it's I don't know that this is going to be something that changes the Texas offense for the rest of the season.
No, usually not.
But it certainly provides a different viewpoint for everybody involved. And it gives Sark somebody he trusts implicitly up there to tell him what's really going on, as opposed to, you know, some of the younger guys up there. So I think it's a good move. Was PK ever in the box on defense?
I don't think so.
I don't think he was. So I don't know. It's certainly interesting. I think AJ Milwee is going to be an offensive coordinator one day too. So this is going to help him in that regard as well.
I agree. It just felt like this is a move to get AJ Milwee a little bit more ready, get him in a spot where he can see the game in a different way. And I agree that, you know, he also brings in the reason Milwee came down from the box was for Quinn Ewers. And so they were still using him to talk to Arch and trying to work through it. But, you know, I don't know if we've seen that necessarily work in game the same way either. Arch has improved after halves. Arch has improved in some breaks, but he hasn't really had a bad series and had a great series where he really, you know, fixes in that. So I don't know Milwee being on the ground necessarily was huge impact to Arch necessarily, the way it was for Quinn Ewers to help him calm down. So I think it does make a little bit more sense to go, all right, well, maybe Bamonte, who is a little bit more upbeat and a little bit younger and a little bit more energetic, maybe put him down there and he can kind of get guys, you know, picked back up when things go poorly and show it back in there and bring a different energy. I just appreciate that they're trying something, because it is the world of, you know, so many people want to take these really big swings just all the time. I mean, we've seen it. A lot of coaches already been fired that, let's not correct the small things. Let's just take the big swing and then we'll figure it all out. I think trying to start at the bottom and then move your way up is a smarter way to do it. And especially in season, because right now I don't know who else on Texas is calling the plays. So you can talk about Sark needs a new play caller. That's a discussion after the season, not a discussion that you have right now, internally at least. We can have the discussion. They should not be having it internally because there's no one else there who you really trust to call the plays better than Sark right now.
Yeah, I mean, if Texas is going to hire somebody to call plays, and be like a true offensive coordinator, it would happen in the offseason, obviously. But I wouldn't be surprised if they did something like that. If they went out and did sort of a Penn State with the defensive coordinator they hired, whose name's escaping me right now. He was at Ohio State last year.
Knowles?
Yeah, Jim Knowles. Like, go out and just hire a big fish. Like, go get Will Stein from Oregon, pay him $3 million to call plays.
Yeah, it would not surprise me at the end of the year if that was a discussion. It was something they did because Sark just goes, it is becoming a lot. And I need help in it. Wouldn't surprise me. I think the conversation is silly 6-7 weeks into a season where you're like, there's no one out there who's going to do better right now. So this is an end of season discussion we need to have. I think the harder part for this too is that there is so many head coaching jobs going to be open to go find that play caller who doesn't want to be a head coach. It becomes even more difficult because you can't just go out and find the next, and so I'm sure I can tell you this. At Texas kind of looking at that already. Just looking. Just window shopping. Maybe some smaller schools. Just window shopping, see who's putting up a lot of points, see who has interesting offenses. Maybe putting together a couple videos to hand to Sark, a little DVD or little, flash drive. Here you go, Sark. I guess flash drive now. You're not handing DVDs anymore. Flash drive to somebody and go, hey, here's like 10 guys. And, just a quick highlight of some of their play calls and what they did. So we'll see the good ones and the bad ones. It wouldn't surprise me at all. That was something that was being put together for the end of the season. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, I could see them having the discussion. I still find it very hard to believe that he's ever going to give up play calling regardless.
I look, and I could also see this. I could see AJ Millwood calling plays next year for Texas. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility in the grand scheme of things.
No, because he knows the system. He knows what Sark likes to do. They trust each other. They've been together for a long time. There are certain coaches, and the coach calling plays never winning a national championship in the college football playoff era is a bit of a skewed stat because over the last 11 years, 7 coaches have won national championships, and they're all the majority of them are Nick Saban and Kirby Smart and Dabo Swinney. And that's, and then there's like a couple other ones. So it's kind of a non-starter for me anyway, but at the end of the day, calling plays is why Sark is who he is. That's what he loves to do. So you're going to have to, if you really want him to give that up, you're going to have to go in and make a really, really good case to him. Give him a guy that he trusts implicitly to do the right things and call the right plays at the right time. And the idea that that's going to happen is very hard to believe.
I think that if he is outcoached by Clark Lee and outcoached by Kirby Smart and outcoached by Mike Elko, that conversation will get much louder, especially internally. So those are the pieces. But I thought that was an interesting piece right there. Sark also spoke about the need to run the football and finding ways, because they did find ways to move the football later in the game, but it still wasn't really on the ground. They still weren't able to put that together. And yes, they got behind. So there were some, positive runs in the game, but it really just didn't feel like they could get it going. CJ Baxter, now you're hoping second week health, maybe gets a few more carries in that game. Maybe you start to build that synergy between a Trey Wisner, CJ Baxter backfield that we've been wanting all season long, even with the O-line issues. They're trying to rotate Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks. Can Connor Stroh be a run blocker at a point, even if he's not a good pass pro guy? That was kind of the thought early in the season, was that he would be better in the just running straight forward, pushing a guy and using his Viking power to do that. But here's what Sark said yesterday about the need to run the ball and bring that run game up.
Yeah, I think one of the keys is, the run game, it needs to be in unison. And we're I thought we blocked some runs really well the other night, and we ran some runs really well the other night. But consistently, we aren't quite in unison the way we need to be. There's run timing that's involved. It's runners setting blocks. It's linemen and tight ends understanding angles of where the runs are going, where they should hit. And so we need to spend more time on that. We need to be diligent. And again, to your point, we need the run game. And again, I thought the run game was relatively effective, but then the game went the way that it went, and we had to kind of divert away from that. And then we snuck some runs late. Trey had a couple runs later in the game when we were throwing it. But we got to be able to run the football, and we need to be able to play 2nd and 5, 2nd and 4 football. That allows us to have the whole playbook at our disposal. 2nd and 10, 2nd and 12 is not where you want to live. And same with being said, when we call some of our play action passes, it's okay to check the ball down too. And you can find hidden yardage and checkdowns in the passing game on 1st and 10, because we just don't want to be a run pass team. That's not advantageous either. We need to have the right type of balance. We need to utilize all of our offense that way. And so this week's going to be very important, because we need to be very efficient as an offensive football team, because the possessions are probably going to be limited. We're not going to go out there and run 80 plays this week. We're probably going to be somewhere between 50 and 65. And so when you think of it that way, that's about an 8, maybe 10 possession game. And so you got to maximize your possessions when you get them.
So there's Sark trying to figure out the way to get the run game going, and it is check down sometimes and trying to find other pieces, but it does not feel like there is any real solution for this run game that they have found in the building. If your O-line can't block and open up holes, now they had a couple plays in that game where they actually opened up a hole, and we went, oh my God, a hole. I can see it from TV. You can see it from the TV film. I can see a hole. I haven't seen that very often, but for the most part, that has not been the case. But Matt, they got to figure out something, because 2 of your best offensive players are running backs, and you're basically negating their presence by not being able to use them in the game.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the solution is. If you can't move people up front, then it's going to be very hard to have a successful ground game. And that's what makes Vanderbilt's run game so good, is they just bully people up front, and they open up massive holes for the running backs and for Diego Pavia. But you have to find other ways to do it, whether that's, stretch plays on the edge, or, utilizing your screen pass as more of a running game type thing. But this offense is really built on it. Steve Sarkisian's offenses are successful when you can run the ball at a high clip.
Yes.
That year that Mac Jones went absolutely ballistic, and Devontae Smith won the Heisman and all that stuff, it's because a lot of that was due to the fact that Najee Harris was an absolute monster, and Steve Sarkisian was able to utilize that to open up things downfield with the play action, and other teams were so afraid of that running game that it opened up things downfield in the passing game, and it was really a 3-headed monster. They just don't have the offensive line right now that's built to do that. They certainly have the running back, CJ, especially when CJ Baxter is healthy. He is like a very, very good comp to Najee Harris in terms of skill set and power and all those different things. And you thrive in this offense also by getting yourself into 3rd and 6 or lower, preferably 3rd and 4 or lower, or 3rd and 2 and lower. And then you can operate the play action passing game. There's also a lot of examples that I've pointed out in film reviews over the last few weeks of on third. There's one in the Mississippi State game that I pulled up on the first play of my film review yesterday, where you're 3rd and 3 and you run a play action pass and there is no checkdowns. There's none. Everybody's in pass pro, and then you've got 3 people 15 yards down the field or further. So those kinds of things can happen. And if those things do happen, then you're going to be in trouble again on Saturday. I think that they've probably figured out, especially in the final 20 minutes of the Mississippi State game, that can't be a thing. Like you saw the play action and then the dump off to Trey Wisner that went for a nice gain and things like that. So they need to incorporate more of that stuff, more easy stuff, and just take what you can get in the run game. Find what's working for you and do it. It's really hard with what this offensive line has been putting on tape.
No, I'm with you. And so that was another question that they got at the press conference was a thought of, you saw a lot of it, you run some elements of it, but a spread offense. What do you do? How do you use it? If you go, we do have a lot of wide receivers. We have a lot of talent in that field. So if we're not able to run the football, how about, throwing some of these guys on the outside and trying to get the ball out quick, trying to confuse defenses and trying to just run more of a spread offense? Here's what Sark had to say to that question.
For us, passing game wise, that was what was needed in the moment, and we challenged, oddly enough, the receivers and the quarterbacks Friday night about the way we needed to play the game. And I played a fair amount of older clips, some from here of other players, some from the last place I was at with some of those players, and some from the current guys on this team of similar plays we wanted to run and how they needed to be ran. And that was the expectation, right? That's why they were brought here. And to those guys' credit, they really responded. And they didn't play perfect. There's plays that they'd love to have back. But, man, they competed and they played fast. And we're at our best when we play fast on the perimeter, and then when the quarterback trusts that play speed that they're playing with. And I thought Arch showed a lot of trust in those guys Saturday, and their play speed and their playmaking showed up. Like I said, there was a couple those two touchdown catches by Parker and Emmett. I mean, those are elite catches. Those are about as high level catches as you can make in the red area, tight quarters. Any bobble in either one of those is not a touchdown. And so the ability to make those strong catches were big, and that just builds confidence and that builds trust for the quarterback.
So there's Sark kind of saying why they used the spread a little bit in that moment, because they were trying to just score in those moments. You're not going to run. They're not falling for the run. So you might as well just load it up and use your speed as a weapon. Matt, do you think that there's a good argument for them to add a little bit more spread into this offense in situations where it's very aware, or is it, man, we need that other back in pass pro? We need to have the ability to run the football. We need a check down guy out of there that could be a running back. And again, we said it just a couple minutes ago, two of your best players are running backs. So does the spread negate that? Do you want to use it a little bit more? How much spread should you use in an offense right now if it did work at least somewhat against Mississippi State?
I think that's a complicated question because just because it worked out against Mississippi State, who does not have a very good defense, does not mean that it's going to work out against Vanderbilt or against Georgia or against Texas A&M or against Arkansas. I mean, Georgia's defense has left a lot to be desired this year. Arkansas's defense has been atrocious this year. But Vanderbilt and Texas A&M have both been elite. They have much more talented, especially Texas A&M has much more talented players in the secondary. They have that's the best pass rush Texas is going to face for the rest of the year. So I think it would kind of depend on the opponent that you're facing and your matchups. But given the way that the offensive line is played throughout the season, I don't know that you can realistically expect throwing the ball 30 to 35 times a game is going to be a recipe for success. Now, obviously, it depends how you do that, right? Like some of the things that they did against Mississippi State were a lot cleaner in terms of the pocket, because it was just Arch takes a snap, takes 3 steps back and rips it. And there's not late developing stuff necessarily. And when there was, he was just good enough to get outside of the pocket and launch it downfield accurately and make a good play with the football. So I don't think that it's necessarily a realistic thing to expect them to do that week after week. I don't think that's what Sark wants to do, because the running game is very important for controlling time of possession. And when your defense is the strength of the football team, you want to try to control the time of possession so you can keep them off the field as much as possible and keep them fresh. And if you get into a spread situation where you're launching the ball in the air 30 to 40 times a game, there's a very high likelihood of 3 and outs consistently, because an incompletion, it puts you in 2nd and 10. Oh, and then you're in 3rd and 10. Now you really have to reach on 3rd and 10 to try and convert something on 4th and 10, or so you don't have a 4th and long. So and that's kind of the thing that was a really big issue for the real spread teams, like Texas Tech back in the day, for example. They could never stop anybody because they're throwing the football all over the field and they're scoring in a couple of times in 3 plays. But then you turn around, your defense is on the field for 20, 25 plays in the first quarter.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword. I don't think that Sark wants to live and die by that necessarily. And I don't think he should. Just pull it out when you need it. And hopefully you don't need it at any point, but you probably will. But don't overly rely on it.
No, I agree. I do like the concept of using spread, not religiously, but in some moments of, especially when you put Nibbled in the backfield, but even with Trey Wisner back there, and just spread them out and go and try and take a defense who is going to line up. And when you see they're trying to kill you, put too many guys outside and watch the defense. When the defense has you figured out, you then switch it up on the defense. They're lining up to blitz. It's really hard to blitz if you're like, well, Trey Wisner's now, he's out there. Who's going with him? Because someone's got to go guard him. Like, we're now getting beat on the outside. There's 6 guys on the outside now. What are we supposed to do? Because they now have numbers, and all Arch has to do is toss the ball over, and it's an easy completion. So I think there's ways you can use it in those, but I'm with you. You can't overdo it, because if you do that a couple times, they switch up their defense, and now you're trying to go back, and it doesn't. I mean, you can technically line up in a spread and then come back down into a regular formation as well. You've got a lot of tight ends that have different abilities as well, so you can kind of use them in spreading out some. I think there's a lot of different ways you can do it, but it's going to be difficult to put it all together. Another big piece of this week is, of course, Matthew Caldwell. As far as we know, Arch Manning's still in concussion protocol. I've not heard any update to that so far, so you expect him to still be in concussion protocol. Tomorrow is going to be where we start going. It's probably Matthew Caldwell, so we may even talk about it more tomorrow. But here's what Sark had to say when he was asked about Matthew Caldwell playing with the ones this week and practicing with the ones, because Arch Manning is not at practice. So now you move up Caldwell. He's practicing with these guys. What's the shock to the system practicing when here's what Sark had to say.
Well, I think the good thing for Matt, he's a very even keel guy. I thought he had a great practice today. I think the players have a lot of confidence in him. I think it's his maturity, his approach. He's very engaged even when he doesn't play. If you ever watched our sidelines in game, 18 is probably the most engaged player on that sidelines. He's always picking guys up, offense, defense, special teams. And so he's got a really good relationship with the guys. And so I don't think it's like, well, who's this guy? He's in a lot of faces a lot of the times. And so it felt very comfortable, felt very normal today. I thought the bigger thing for today was that KJ Lacey got reps with the twos. And I thought that was really good for him. He's a very talented player who's been growing and getting better. So it was fun for us to see him get more reps today.
So a couple of pieces in that one, which was nothing that unordinary about Matthew Caldwell being in the ones. He knows these guys. He's practiced with them some. He's ready to go with these guys. So that looks well. You also do get further confirmation. KJ Lacey is definitely your backup quarterback. Now it was third string, and because he's saying KJ Lacey looked good out there as well. So KJ Lacey, if Arch Manning cannot go, and Matthew Caldwell either anything bad happens, knock on wood, or struggles, you could see KJ Lacey in this game as well. I know we should have, I think most of us have pretty decent amount of faith in Matthew Caldwell coming in and being able to run the game plan. And I think his low end is not as low as you probably would have thought about a transfer like him in years past. I think now you kind of look at it in a different sense than that. But, you could say, look, there is a possibility you could see a KJ Lacey because they just want someone with more legs, or they want somebody in there to try and save it if things go wrong against Vanderbilt. I'd say the odds that are pretty slim, but they're there.
Well, yeah, they're there. I said yesterday, and I'll say it again, if Arch is unable to go, I don't think you need to panic with Matthew Caldwell being back there. He knows the system pretty well. He's completed 8 of his 11 passes this season for 85 yards and a touchdown. He's also got the longest run by any Longhorn this season at 50 yards, which is kind of funny. That being said, like, it's hard to imagine that Matthew Caldwell is going to come up and throw for 300 yards on Saturday. Aside from the fact that Vanderbilt has a good defense, Caldwell has been at this is his 4th different school that he's been at. He started for Troy last season for a good portion of the season. He didn't start the season as the starter, and he had some really good games in there. He threw for 230 yards and 4 touchdowns against Louisiana. He lit up Georgia Southern. He lit up Arkansas State, although he threw 3 interceptions in that game. He threw 2 interceptions against South Alabama. He played one Power 4 team last year, and it was Iowa. And he threw for 156 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. So he doesn't have a history of being this like elite quarterback that can light up opposing defenses, especially good defenses like Iowa has. But like neither did Hudson Card. Hudson Card was a very middle of the road quarterback. He was talented and he could be efficient. He did pretty good things under Sark. Malik Murphy was a very raw prospect, and he was able to lead Texas to a couple victories. So I think as long as Matthew Caldwell plays within the system and makes the right decisions and doesn't, put the ball in danger, I think that they're going to be fine. But if he does, KJ Lacey's really talented. Like this, Alabama's Mr. Football, and Alabama is one of the top 5 states for high school talent in the country. And Sark recruited him specifically because he likes what KJ Lacey has and what KJ Lacey can do. It'll be interesting. I think Caldwell will be fine, though, and you probably won't see KJ Lacey unless for some reason Texas is blowing Vanderbilt out, which I don't see.
And I think the big one for Caldwell, too, is we're going to play some more clips by Sark about Caldwell. But the big one for me, looking at him, too, is he going to be able to pick up protections better than Arch because he's just played more football? Yeah. And does that give him where he's played and seen? And like when you play smaller level football, you see way more crazy stuff because these teams don't have the same level of talent. So maybe he'll be able to pick up on some more things and help this offensive line out. We'll know tomorrow afternoon if Cole Hudson is on the track to be back or not in that sense, but who knows?
Well, the other thing I'll say about Caldwell too is he doesn't have necessarily the scar tissue that I talked about yesterday that Arch has.
Yeah.
Being behind this offensive line and getting hit so much. So that might allow him to play a little bit more confidently and a little bit less panicked in situations, which could be a good thing.
Here's Sark was asked about Caldwell and kind of talks about him earning some respect with this team. And so him having rapport with everybody on this team already because of how he has been since he came in. Here's what Sark said about that.
I think what he's done is earned the respect of his teammates. Like I said, I think his demeanor, who he is as a teammate, I think his relationship with Arch is very important to that. I think they have a lot of respect for him that way. And then, when you produce, you get respect too, because his teammates know that's not easy. To come in off the bench and to do what he's done in a couple different games. And so they respect the fact that he's prepared, that he's ready, and that the moment's not too big for him. And I think he's got great rapport with the guys. Like I really do. I just think he's an awesome teammate with these guys. And so they enjoy seeing him have that success and celebrating with him.
And one more clip to play real quick for you is he was asked, why would you take in a Caldwell? Why was he the guy you went for in the portal with a lot of other names being around and he was a late addition? Why did you go after Caldwell? Here's what Sark had to say about that yesterday.
I think like to my point, he's a guy that has been in a variety of systems. He has athleticism. He throws a really good ball. what I liked about him on his visit was probably the biggest thing was just his demeanor, his approach to it. It didn't seem too big for him here. He didn't feel entitled by any means. He was a guy who just wanted an opportunity, and that's what we were looking for, a guy who had taken some snaps in college football. And then that's how he's performed, since the day he got here. That's the way he's worked at it throughout camp and throughout the season, and he's making the most of his opportunities. He's played well every time that we've put him in the game, whether it's been at the end of games with the long runs, with the passes, whether it's been at Florida where he had to come in and throw a ball to Ryan Wingo on an in cut, whether it was this game. And so, what gives me confidence is who he's been, and so feel very comfortable with Matt whenever he's in the ball game.
There is Sark a little bit more about Caldwell earning respect from his teammates by being a really good teammate, being someone who could come in for Texas, be a friend of Arch Manning, be a teacher to Arch Manning, help him out as much as he can in being a backup quarterback, understanding that role, working with other players on the team, working with the receivers who may want to get some extra catches in or maybe run some routes. He's been working with them, so he's built up a really good reputation in the program. And then also to say he was a guy that they felt ready to come in to be the guy who was okay being the backup to Arch Manning, understanding what the possibility was of, hey, you may need me to come in some moments. And I mean, look, he's already had one huge moment of winning a game in overtime. So I think that he understood all of those pieces, but it does feel a little bit like when you hear everything about Matthew Caldwell, that he may also be someone who is on the track to being a coach or maybe in that interest. And so it's kind of been treating things more in that role of what we hear from a Michael Taft and hear things about him, of a guy who maybe says, I don't know how much longer my quarterback run's going to be. And that I don't know, that's Taft's going to the NFL. But Caldwell may say, I don't know how much longer my run is going to be, but if I can come learn under a guy like Sark, be around some great players, be in this program, maybe that will help me take my next steps of where my career takes me. And if you're talking about a guy who's got that type of head and brain about him, and he may not be a guy who can run around the field, chunking balls 50 yards down the field for you. He may not be pulling you out and when you get into 3rd and 18, but he may be able to keep you out of 3rd and 18s. Mm-hmm. So the goal is not with Matthew Caldwell, can he save us from the hell that we have been in some of these offensive possessions? But I think the goal is, can he get this offense running smoothly enough of what Sark wants to do, that against a Vanderbilt team who's maybe expecting something slightly different, he'll come out and just be able to run things pretty smoothly. I think that's kind of what you're hoping for if Matthew Caldwell is indeed the starter on Saturday.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I kind of hate using this analogy, so apologies in advance. But it's kind of like, well, here's a better one, actually. It's kind of like an NFL team bringing in Joe Flacco to kind of bridge the gap with an injury, like the Bengals are doing right now while Joe Burrow's hurt. It's just a veteran guy who's really smart, knows football really well, won't be panicked. He's seen a lot. He won't make mistakes, at a high clip because he's smart enough to either get rid of the football or he knows where he's supposed to go at the right time. And if he doesn't, he'll throw it in the dirt. And it's a guy that the players really respect a lot and that has the right head on his shoulders. So I was going to say Cooper Rush, but I decided to go with Joe Flacco instead. I think that's a better analogy.
Considering Cooper Rush got benched already this year.
Yeah. So it's just kind of a situation like that. Or as Temple of Brutus says, like a kind of a Ryan Fitzpatrick situation. Like it's just a really solid backup quarterback that's smart, knows the game. And yeah, I mean, maybe he will be a coach one day. And, I think that he would probably be really good at that based on what I've seen and based on what I've heard him say. But, and that's why I've kind of laughed at the idea of people like, oh, bench Arch, let Matthew Caldwell run the offense. It's like, that's not gonna get you to an elite level offensively. That's just gonna be another guy back there throwing the football who probably makes a couple less mistakes and is a little bit less inconsistent, but it takes away your explosive capabilities to a big degree. And maybe that's unfair because we don't know. Maybe he'll come out and be the next Diego Pavia this week, or the next Trinidad Chambliss, or Fernando Mendoza or something.
Exactly. He could be the next dude. I would say temper your expectations, because if that happens, awesome. Wow, that is great. I would say temper them, because those odds pretty small that he turns out to be that kind of level of player. But I do think he is somebody that can come out and throw some good passes and be in that situation where he is able to do that. Again, I think if the protections, that is something that we saw Quinn Ewers be much better at last year because of the amount of snaps he had seen. So I think that you could see some positives in that aspect. You're really not trying to make this offense be amazing. Your main goal is to pick up first downs against Vanderbilt. Do not let them control the clock. Do not keep putting the ball back in their hands. So the more you can control the clock with smart run plays, maybe an audible here or there, if you see something that's not going to work that Arch is not seeing quite yet, maybe being able to put a quick pass over and get Parker Livingston on a quick out that hits it for 7 yards and you pick up a first down. If you can stay on track with Matthew Caldwell, it may not be pretty, but you may be able to beat a team like Vanderbilt, who's been really, really good, but they've played a lot of teams trying to take more shots on them. So if you can just kind of just be smart, put yourself in a position to win, I think Caldwell has the potential to be able to do that. It's going to be rough no matter what, because it's been rough all season. But I think there's some hope to be said for it.
Well, I think that there's also a reason that despite the uncertainty surrounding Arch's availability this weekend, which I doubt he'll play because concussions are a serious deal.
Yes.
But despite that, Texas is still favored in this football game because I don't think that there's going to be a huge drop off in terms of like the offense is just going to fall off a cliff with Matthew Caldwell, especially when you're going up against a team in Vanderbilt who, you know, they don't necessarily score a ton of points against good defenses. They've played they've played 4 SEC games. South Carolina's defense is trash, so I'm not going to talk about that one. But against Alabama, they had 14 points. Against LSU, they had 31. And against Missouri, they had 17. So this lines up as a game where if Texas can play good, solid defense and just, you know, get some first downs and move the ball down the field a few times, complementary football, this is the game that you can win with complementary football. And I think that that's why you should be confident, because you don't need him. It's not like Georgia or Texas A&M necessarily, where you might have to score 38 points to win this game or 40 points to win this game. It's going to be a ball control game. And that's where a guy like Matthew Caldwell can shine.
And then a big thing, and we're definitely going to talk about this more tomorrow when Will Matthews comes on the show, because he has been on the road with them. But one of the other big pieces, and I don't want to make it too big of a piece. We'll talk a little bit more after I play the clip, but they're returning home. They have not played a home game in a while. It has been a while since they've been able to be the comforts of their own home. And here's what Sark had to say about returning home.
I think there's a fine line. You know, in games like this, I listen to other coaches talk a lot of the time about relying on the fans to provide the energy into the stadium. And I know Longhorn Nation is going to show up Saturday at 11 a.m. But we need to make sure we provide energy for them too. And part of that is our style of play, the speed in which we play with, the violence in which we play the game with. You know, that keeps the crowd energized, and so it's a two-way street there. And so we can't just go into this thinking, hey, we're at home and now we got our fans and everything's going to be great. No, they're an added bonus. We still need to play, you know, our brand, our style of football against a very good football team.
So there's Sark saying it's a fine line, and I agree with him. It's a fine line for Texas returning home. You get the benefit of coming back and having the ability to get away from what you've been in, of just the travel, the dealing with road fans, dealing with, you know, the negativity around it and everything else. But you have to flip that mindset now. You have to flip your mindset into, let's get ready to enjoy what we can do, but let's go play some good football. Let's take the comfort that we're going to wake up and not be jet lagged or not be push back a little bit from having to travel and sitting on, big guys sitting in planes. And I know they're in better planes than they used to be, but all those pieces I think are positive things for this Texas team heading home, but they cannot take it as, well, the only reason we struggled in Florida and Kentucky and in Mississippi State was because of that we were on the road. You cannot take that approach. There's clearly other fundamental problems at stake here. So I think it's going to be a positive thing for Texas going back home. I think if they use it correctly, and the fine line of if we can walk this and say, man, we made it. We're still in the playoff hunt through that really hard stretch of being on the road, but now we have to go prove it. Now we have to go take this last 4 games of the season and earn our spot. I think they can do well for it, but it's going to be a big piece for them to change that entire mindset going back home after several weeks away.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, it's just refreshing too that you don't have to get on the plane and you don't have to go into an environment where people are flashing horns down in your face and you're dealing with a bunch of cowbells and crazy music while you're trying to go out there on a 3rd and 3 and move the football. Like, the friendly confines of home are just very refreshing. And I think that the team's going to be able to embrace that. But he's also right. Like, you have to give, like, Texas fans are very finicky. You have to go out there and give them a reason to get behind you. And I think that they're going to be capable of doing that because this is a team that plays very well against the run. Especially against teams who are very deliberate about running the football. Like, if they're not trying to fool you, they're just trying to go man for man with you. And Texas, I think, is very well equipped to deal with something like that. But, the way that you get your crowd behind you and keep them invested in the game is by making a big play early. And I think if they can do that, then this crowd's going to be really, really amped. And in turn, the players are going to feel that energy from their home crowd, and they're going to be able to play pretty well.
Yeah, and Nimmo, I'm not putting money on them making the playoffs either. But the fact does remain, they are in the playoff picture still because of the amount of games they have lost. There's a lot of teams in there. So this is not a controversial statement at all. They're in the playoff picture. They win these games, they're in. They win the last 4 games, they're in the playoffs. It's that cut and dry. But I do not predict them winning their last 4 games. I think there is at least 1, probably 2 losses in there. That being said, they are in the playoff picture. That's all I'm saying. And if you're a team, you cannot think, oh, we're going to drop 2 games and we're going to do this. You go, we left home as we lost to Ohio State, who's the number 1 team in the country. We lost to them. We got to go out on this run. I think if you thought you were going to lose one, it was probably to Oklahoma and not to one of these other teams. But you lose to Florida. You beat Oklahoma. You beat Kentucky. You beat Mississippi State. As bad as some of those looked in the time that it was, you did win. You are a 2-loss team going into the final 4 games of your season. You have the possibility to make the playoffs. Not high odds of it, but the possibility is still very much there if you take care of business.
Is it better to lose to Florida and beat Oklahoma than beat Florida and lose to Oklahoma because now you have a top 10 win on your resume?
Oh, it's definitely better because also it's Oklahoma.
So, yes. So here's
the general rule. It's always better to beat Oklahoma.
So here's what I'll say. If there is a team who has a chance to be an outside shot at the playoffs at 9-3, it's Texas. And here's why. One of your losses is to the number 1 team in the country by a touchdown. You already have a top 10 win against Oklahoma. If you beat Vanderbilt and either Georgia or Texas A&M, and you lose one of those games, and then you beat Arkansas, you have top 10 wins over Oklahoma, Vanderbilt, and Texas. So you have 3 top 10 wins. 2 of your 3 losses are to top 10 teams. That's a good a resume as you're going to find of anybody.
It's still there. It's still going to be.
I think gets you into the playoffs over like a 10-2 Miami, for example.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'd say the odds are very small of being a 3-loss team that gets in, but if you win out, you're in. You're in. So that's all I'm saying right now. You are in the playoff picture because you control your own fate. If you lose, that changes things. I won't say they will be in it if that happens, but if they don't, you're in it.
And I will say this too. If Texas wins out, they have the best playoff resume in college football.
I mean, yeah.
And they're favored in 3 of their last 4 games, by the way.
Yeah.
The only game they're not favored in right now is Georgia, oddly enough.
We'll see. Yeah. And a lot of people mad at that. The Texas favored against Vanderbilt,
and Texas A&M.
And Texas A&M. Crazy to see. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will talk about some of those teams and some of those things. As we get to our overreactions Tuesday, throw those into your overreactions. I've actually got one. We got a text line. I'm going to put this into the overreactions, but I will throw in. Throw in your overreactions if you want to have any of us for me and Matt. We will go through them. I put them together every week of things I've either heard people talk about or seen it online or wherever else I've found some of these overreactions, or maybe some of them are just my own. But we will go and we'll test, Matt, what is real and what is plausible and what is a complete overreaction here. We come back on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll love our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
You see covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328 or over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, or on YouTube. Appreciate you. Give us a like, a subscribe. There's supposed to be like a shout thing now, I think, on YouTube. I don't know enough about YouTube. I use it all the time. Still don't learn. Old man to me. We'll get into some overreactions Tuesday here in just a minute. Throw those in text line or over on the chat if you have any overreactions you want us to get to. We normally go about 5 or 6 of each college football and of the NFL. And I question Matt if he believes they are overreactions or not. And let's get into it, Matt, here as we are kicking off hour 2, which is a little bit late on hour 2, but that's okay on a Tuesday afternoon. We We talked about this a little bit yesterday. I thought I'd throw it in today. We showed you the schedule yesterday. First overreaction, Oklahoma will not win another game this season.
Well, sorry, Sooner Cowboys, but I think that this could be a very good possibility. Their remaining schedule is very difficult. John Mateer is not playing to the level that many expected him to play to this season, including myself. He has come up very short in tough games for them this year. They were able to work through that against Michigan and Auburn. It did not work out so well against Texas and Ole Miss. And, Tennessee is going to be a loss for them. Alabama is going to be a loss for them. The last two games, though, are interesting because Missouri doesn't have their starting quarterback anymore. They're going to be starting either a true freshman or Sam Horn, who doesn't have a lot of playing experience on the field. And then LSU's a dumpster fire right now. So theoretically, you could win one more. I would venture to guess they'll probably go 2-2, but it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't win another game either.
Frank Wilson is the interim coach over at LSU right now, who is a very Louisiana guy. He is he is from New Orleans. He is wants to be there kind of guy, trying to change the attitude a little bit at the end of the season. We'll see how much that really works. See if some guys, take off and are like, I don't want to play the rest of the season. You could see a Garrett Nussmeier. We'll see if he walks away from this before the end of the season to try and heal up by the end of the season. That is a realistic thing that could happen for Garrett Nussmeier. I'm not predicting it, but I'm saying, we've seen these types of things happen before. When your season's over, your coach gets fired, you're going to the NFL and you're dealing with some nagging injuries. So, you know what? Let me just take this time off. Take this time off and try and go get better for LSU. So I think I will say this. I do think that's an overreaction. I think they win at least one more game, maybe two. I think this Oklahoma defense is still pretty good. I think they were a little overrated. I think John Mateer was a little overrated. But at the end of the day, I do think there's talent still there. And I do think they could be an 8-win team easily enough. I don't think they'll be a 6-6 team again this year. But that leads me to my second overreaction, Matt. There will be at least 6 head coaching changes in the SEC before next season. We are already at 3. Florida, LSU, and Arkansas have all already fired their head coaches. Auburn is a very hot seat position, and pretty much everybody around Auburn wants Hugh Freeze gone. So that's 4 right there. So then we'll throw in a couple other names who are on the hot seat right now, which is Shane Beamer at South Carolina, which is Brent Venables. If they go out and win 7 games this season, Brent Venables is on that hot seat at 6. We can also talk about there's another team that I'm missing right now. Mark Stoops at Kentucky. That one's probably the least likely because of the buyout. But Mark Stoops, if he just loses out and they get their embarrassed once again, is there calls that somebody over in Kentucky that's got some money just throws him some money and just goes, we have to get rid of this guy. Like, it's embarrassing. So I think that's 7 coaches who are on hot seats. 3 already fired and 4 more on hot seats. Matt, could there be 6 head coaching changes in the SEC in one offseason this season?
I think there could be 10.
Wow.
And here,
because you're saying some switches.
Yes. So hear me out. LSU has already fired Brian Kelly. Florida has already fired Billy Napier. Arkansas has already fired Sam Pittman. That's 3. I think Hugh Freeze is going to get fired at Auburn. That's 4. If Brent Venables goes 8-4 or 7-5, I think there's a very good conversation for him getting fired. So that's 5 right there. If Ole Miss can't hold on to Lane Kiffin and he goes to LSU, that's 6. If Eli Drinkwitz takes one of these jobs, that's 7. Shane Beamer could get fired at South Carolina. That's 8. Mark Stoops could get fired at Kentucky. That's 9. Clark Lee could get a job offer from anybody.
Yep.
He's kicking ass this year. That's 10. So there could theoretically be 10 new head coaches, at least in different spots. Maybe there's a little switch around with Eli Drinkwitz and Lane Kiffin within the conference.
Clark Lee possibly too.
Yeah, and Clark Lee too. That's not even taking into consideration the fact that Jeff Lebby has yet to win a game in the SEC. And if he goes 2 straight years without winning a game in the SEC, do you think his job's going to be safe? It's really hard to say.
That's true. That's true.
So,
it's a crazy. That's it. Why I looked at that and I was like, 6 seems like a lot. And I was like, oh. And then I didn't even put into the account of just changing jobs. Someone just takes another job.
Yeah, it could be crazy. This could be the craziest coaching carousel that we have ever seen this offseason. And I know that there's people out there saying, well, Texas isn't going to be available.
All right, let me throw you out another one from the text line here, because the question was, could you see LSU make a call to Lincoln Riley? I don't think LSU makes that call, but I do think other teams will, including Florida. Is there a chance? Is it possible that Lincoln Riley says, I realize that I'm not winning anything here in USC. I need to get out of here before it gets bad. And I'm going to go ahead and take that Florida job, or I'm going to take a job over in the SEC where I never wanted to go. Hire a good DC for me. I'll coach the offense. You coach the defense, and we'll go win some games. But I need to move on because my star is no longer shining here. Could Lincoln Riley be a coach in the FCC next season?
It would be really crazy to think that Lincoln Riley could go to the Big Ten and be unable to win and then come to the SEC and be able to win. But it would also be equally crazy, I will say, to leave USC for a job like Auburn, Arkansas, Missouri, Ole Miss if Lane Kiffin leaves. It's hard to believe that Florida fans would be very enthused about a Lincoln Riley hire either, because they're like, okay, I get it's a guy in an advisor that throws ball around the field, but that's, okay. That being said, like if I'm Lincoln Riley, it's like it's really hard to win in today's day and age at USC. I think you have to be an elite head coach. I don't think it's as hard to win at a place like Auburn, where if you just get some really good offensive linemen in the portal, you get some receivers in the portal, and you throw the ball around the field, you got a chance to make some noise. USC it doesn't feel like it's like the city of Los Angeles feels really hard. Same thing with the UCLA job. And the pressure there is so high. I don't know.
And the travel now?
Yeah, and they have to travel halfway across the country. Like, here's the job that I think that if Lincoln Riley leaves USC for an SEC job, Missouri.
No
pressure in Columbia, no pressure whatsoever. You're replacing a guy like Eli Drinkwitz. Like, it's.
I'll tell you why I don't like that. But there's the only reason is I don't think Missouri's paying his buyout. I don't even know what it is, but I doubt they're paying him. I think Florida would, and it feels like a very Florida decision to me. That's why I say Florida is. It feels like Florida is like, well, we got to make a big name hire, and there's not going to be any big name hires for them. Like, there's not any going to be left by the time they get to Florida. So I think Lincoln Riley could be like, oh no, I'll go there. I'll go to Florida. They got great high school talent. I don't have to travel as much. I'm still on the coast. So I'm still, relatively near a beach. Still all that. I can have all my things, but it's way cheaper to live there than it is in LA, because everywhere's way cheaper to live than LA. It is. I agree with you here, of the dog too. I know he ran away from the SEC, but if you understand the writings on the wall and you're like, my main goal is still to get to the NFL, probably, maybe I'll go to Florida and see if I can parlay that into an NFL job in like a year or two.
Here's what I think is actually going to happen with Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
I think that they're going to kind of sputter throughout the rest of the year, maybe go like 2-2 or something. I don't know who they have left on their schedule, so I could be totally wrong. But I think that some new head coach gets hired in the NFL and needs a new offensive coordinator, and he takes the Cliff Kingsbury route and he just goes straight to the NFL. And I think that there's also a scenario like if Brian Kelly or Matt Rule gets the Penn State job, Lane Kiffin gets the LSU job, I think that Florida would much rather hire Eli Drinkwitz than Lincoln Riley. And I think that Eli Drinkwitz would take that job.
So I'll go with, I think that
because he's also a visor wearing nut job.
He is, but I just don't know, because I feel like Eli Drinkwitz is the type of guy, like he's a good coach. He's just, I don't know if Florida would want to deal with somebody like Eli Drinkwitz. I just don't know if they'd want to deal with it. And Lincoln Riley is clean cut. Like it's completely wrong hire. Eli Drinkwitz is probably the better hire. I think they've made the wrong hire a few times at Florida, is more my point.
And I think that Eli Drinkwitz is honestly a much better fit at Auburn than Florida.
Yeah. And Longhorn Lubbock says Riley doesn't want the SEC smoke. I agree, but I don't think he wants a Big Ten smoke either.
He should go to the ACC if he's going to get a college job.
That's true. He should take the Florida State job. There you go. Take that job over there. I think he may have nailed that one. All right. Let's go with our next overreaction, Matt. The Aggies are the best team in college football.
Yeah, I think they are.
Oh, I can't. That made me sick to even say.
Well, they don't have a discernible weakness. They're probably the most physically dominant team in the SEC. They have one of the best defenses. They have one of the best offenses in the country. They're playing better than anybody else.
I mean, they're playing really well right now.
Like, give me a reason that they're not.
I don't. That's why I'm saying it. It's
just the unfortunate fact of the matter for everybody listening to this show.
Okay, let me give you the reason they're not. Let me give you the reason they're not. Is because they have not beaten an actual really good team this season. They just haven't played one. But they beat UTSA, Utah State, a Notre Dame team that was down, Auburn, Mississippi State, Florida, Arkansas, an LSU team that they've beaten everybody well, but they haven't necessarily played a really tough schedule, and they don't have to. They play Missouri, South Carolina, Samford, and Texas. This is an A&M team that is very, very likely to be undefeated and then lose 2 straight games.
I mean, yeah,
because they haven't played that level of talent. But I'm like, they could go undefeated to the SEC championship game and then get smoked there and get smoked.
Hold on. Was Notre Dame really down? Because they lost to Miami, who is the number 2 team in the country for the majority of this season, by 3 points.
I'm not sold on.
They've beaten everybody else by at least double digits, the majority of them by 20 points or more.
Yeah, maybe you got a point. Maybe Notre Dame is going to bounce back.
Notre Dame's
not really playing many people either.
Notre Dame's a good win.
I think it's a good win. I'm just saying that maybe they hadn't played. They have not played a top level team, and that's not their own real fault. They scheduled Notre Dame. There's not a shot at A&M. This is the SEC scheduled it this way.
I totally agree, but here's my other thing too. Who are the other teams that are in the conversation for the best team right now? Indiana, Ohio State, and maybe Alabama, right?
Yeah, you're right.
But you'd have to say Indiana and Ohio State because they're both undefeated already. If you want to put Alabama in the conversation, I'll put Alabama in the conversation in a second. Indiana has beaten nobody but Oregon, and to their credit, they beat Oregon very handily. Ohio State has beaten nobody but Texas.
Yeah,
who has been a down team this year.
And A&M will play Texas.
And A&M will play Texas. And then Alabama is probably the best other conversation for the team, or the best other argument for the conversation of who's the best team, because they've beaten Georgia, Vanderbilt, Missouri, and Tennessee all in a row. And that's really impressive, but they've also lost a game, which Texas A&M hasn't.
Yeah.
So the Aggies have 2 ranked wins, one over a top 10 team. None of the other teams that I just listed that are undefeated, Indiana and Ohio State, have that.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm throwing it in there. I'm with you. I do think that when you look at their schedule, you think, all right, this is a team that's ready for ready to be upset, but they haven't. Every week they show back up. So as much as it feels like they're ready for it, every week they show up. So I'll give it. I don't like it. Makes me throw up in my mouth a little bit, but I don't know. All right. Next overreaction. Brian Kelly will never be a head coach again.
No, he's going to be a head coach again. Penn State might hire him.
I can't imagine after like everything coming out that you still go hire this guy right now.
Well, probably not, but like I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Also, I don't think he's going to try and get back into coaching right now either. He's also 64 years old. 64.
I think he'll take a year off.
He's going to come back to coaching at 65.
Yeah. And then he'll go coach somebody in the Big Ten. Like, here's a scenario that I could actually see happening. Matt Rule takes the Penn State job. And then Brian Kelly takes the Nebraska job.
I just don't think Brian Kelly's looking for another. Like, I don't know why he'd even look for another job right now. I think he would look for a job in like a year or two. But even then, you're like, well, now you're 66. The game is completely passed by now. It's a completely different world. You're too big of an asshole to give a job to. Nobody likes you. No, we called your references and they all laughed.
Okay, well, yeah, I get the age thing and I get that he's an asshole and nobody likes him. Somebody is going to give him a shot.
All right, we'll see.
I mean, North Carolina hired Bill Belichick, for Christ's sake.
Oh, and Mike Lombardi.
Yeah, like somebody is going to be dumb and give him another.
Did you see the Pablo Torre thing where they were talking about Mike Lombardi and they actually broke down his credentials and they're like, this dude's lied about basically everything of his credentials. So he's won one real ring. He won a ring with the San Francisco 49ers as basically the gopher guy to go pick up the sandwiches, go pick up the coffee. That was what his job was with the 49ers. The first year he was there, they win a title. They win a Super Bowl. The first year he is in New England, they win a title. So that was his real one. Then he was fired in spring training before the season for New England and claims that title too, claims that Super Bowl as well.
The whole Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
What do they call it? The whole Bill Belichick camp is toxic and dishonest and terrible and needs to be as far away from football as humanly possible.
Well, I mean, they'll be at the Hall of Fame speech bitching and moaning. You know, Bill Belichick's Hall of Fame speech is going to just be like a list of people he hates. No thanks, no positives. I did it all on my own, and these people tried to keep me down.
No, what he's going to do, that's a possibility. But what I think he's going to do is I think he's going to walk up and say, well, this is a huge honor. I'd like to thank my lovely wife, Jordan Hudson. Thank you. And then walk
my lovely girlfriend. Who
at
is,
that time, probably wife.
My lovely girlfriend, who has already claimed that I'm in her will, and I'm all my will goes to her, and she's cut me off from my family now. And all right, last overreaction. This is to be fair to the Sooners fans. I'm a fair guy. Texas has run out of luck and will not win another game this season. I've heard it plenty this weekend. I've heard it. That was the last luck that Texas has. They got hard games all the way the rest of the way. That there's no luck left in this Texas team. They were lucky to get the wins they had. They should be a 3-win team. They shouldn't have beaten anybody. Just got lucky. So now it's all downhill.
I think Texas wins at least 2 more games.
Okay.
I think there's a very good chance they beat Vanderbilt. I think they're capable of beating Georgia because Georgia's defense is atrocious right now. It's going to be tough, but they have a chance. I do think they'll beat Arkansas. And I think that they match up very, very well with Texas A&M's offense. And that game being in Austin is going to be wild and crazy. And I think they have a very good chance to beat Texas A&M.
All right.
So I'm going to predict that they go 9-3.
All right. I like that. One last college football one. I forgot to put this one in here, but I love it. Vanderbilt versus A&M for the SEC championship will cause massive reform to college football.
It could. It could. It could cause massive.
We could technically
reform in
throw
the SEC.
Indiana. We could throw Indiana in there as well as teams that are like where everyone just goes, we don't like this. We don't like this at all.
So here's what I actually think is going to happen. I think the SEC championship is going to be Ole Miss and Texas A&M.
Okay.
And I think that the SEC or the Big Ten championship is going to be Ohio State and Indiana. And I think that the ACC championship is going to be like, it could very possibly be Virginia and Georgia Tech. And that if that's the scenario, everybody's going to freak the F out.
Yes, I agree. I agree with all of that. I think they will. Who does Alabama lose to the rest of the season? Alabama's in the SEC championship game, right? Undefeated in the SEC play.
Okay.
They play LSU, Oklahoma, East Illinois, and Auburn. They got to be in it, right?
I know. I think that the odds are they will probably be in it.
Yeah.
But I just think there's just something that tells me that they are going to drop a game somewhere. I don't know who it's going to be against yet.
I mean, they almost lost to South Carolina this week, so
I know. I don't think it's going to be LSU. I just look. They're at Auburn.
They are at Auburn.
That is always such a weird game.
Yeah, I mean, they got a bye week this week. Then they go and play LSU at home. I mean, does LSU have a bye week this week? That's why they fired Brian Kellner, right?
I want to say they have a bye week.
I think they do.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. So, yeah, both teams have a bye week, and then they play each other. It's going to be that one. Who knows what LSU team is going to show up in that game?
I'll tell you this. If LSU comes out of their bye week and then they beat Alabama, Arkansas, and Oklahoma, Frank Wilson could get that job.
I mean, they love him there.
They do.
They love him there. But, I mean, I'd say if they can do all that, but I mean, that's only if they're like
2.0.
Only if they're like, Woodward, you've got one more year. Figure it out. We're not doing it. Let's hit a couple of NFL overreactions real quick while we got a few more minutes before we hit our meathead of the day. The Falcons have missed their window to get value for Kirk Cousins. They put in Kirk Cousins this week for an injured Michael Penix, and he is no good. There was value to Kirk Cousins a few weeks ago. You could have had a few teams that were looking for a quarterback. Minnesota probably would have given you something back for him to go get him. The Browns wanted to trade you for him. The Bengals probably would have made you a call. There's plenty of teams that were out there for looking at Kirk Cousins as somewhere possible to do something. He goes 21-31 for 173, 35.5 quarterback rating. Doesn't look any good in this Falcons offense. They have screwed the pooch on trying to be smart and keep him. That may have hurt them more than they could have got a decent pick for him. They got third or fourth for him.
Here's the only problem with that. I think that you're right in terms of his value on the field. The problem is he's a $35 million cap hit. So I think that if teams were legitimately thinking about that, they, like particularly the Bengals who are already in cap hell.
Yeah.
They saw his contract like, well, we just can't do that. There's no way we can do that. So I certainly don't think it helped, but I think he was already devalued because of his contract.
Trashy Lobster, is that an overreaction or is that a prediction that Caldwell throws for 250 against Vandy? Oh, is that an overreaction or a prediction? It could be either. 250 is not crazy. 250 is reasonable.
Let me,
especially
while you're reading,
be running the football.
While you're doing the next overreaction, I'm going to do a little bit of research, and then I'm going to come back to that.
Hair the dog, that is not an overreaction. Jerry Jones is not the best GM coach, whatever, in there. Let's go and hit our next overreaction then, Matt. After this week, the Baltimore Ravens have started to figure it out. Lamar Jackson is back for Thursday Night Football this week. He is ready to go. Lamar Jackson also said he is the guy who removed the ping pong tables and everything, said it was me. Coach didn't do it. I did it. I want to get him out there. I want us to focus on football. They play the Dolphins on Thursday. They look like they started to turn it around against the Bears this week. Cost us both a pick because they played the best game they've played all season long. 30-16, the Ravens win with Tyler Huntley in there. They're all back there, Tyler Huntley. But the defense showed up. Only allowed 16 points to the Bears. Part of that's on Caleb, but 16 points. The Ravens are not dead. They are, like for Halloween this week, raising from the dead to be an impact this season and will be a playoff team.
What's their record?
They are 2-5.
I think that they're going to make a push because I think Lamar Jackson's that good.
All right. If the defense looks a little bit better, I mean, if they're able to start stopping teams, we know that defense can put up some points. But they got to start stopping some teams.
Yeah. Real quick on the Caldwell thing.
Yes.
Vanderbilt is 7-1. They've played 8 games, and they've given up 250 yards passing once. And that was Ty Simpson, who threw for 340. So you're telling me that Matthew Caldwell is going to throw for more yards than Garrett Nussmeier?
Brian Kelly's not the coach.
Would, I guess, but that would be the second most passing yards they've given up all season. I have a hard time seeing it.
Yeah. No, look, I just think 250 is reasonable because we're probably only going to have like 70 yards rushing. So 320 yards of total offense is not completely unbelievable to me.
No, I just...
Look, here's the reality. Ryan Wingo got how many yards on screens?
Like 120 or something.
Yeah, 250 is easy.
I think it's
there's
possible.
ways to get that 250 other than him lighting it up. I'll put it that way.
I think it's possible.
It's possible.
I just don't think it's likely.
No, if Trashy Lobster said 350, I would have said that's kind of crazy. The 250 seems like in the realm, like 200 to 250 seems reasonable to me.
Hey, maybe Matthew Caldwell's the next Ty Simpson.
Maybe he's the next, Vince Young.
Could be. Maybe he's the next Colt McCoy.
Yeah, maybe. Which would be bad because we found out about it with 4 games left in the season. But in the 4 games left in his career.
Well, I like I said yesterday, I think that even if Matthew Caldwell throws for 350 and 5 touchdowns, he's not going to be the starter against Georgia.
I agree with that. All right. How about our next overreaction from the NFL? The Cowboys offense is not elite. Time to sell. Time to start trading players. Get ready to get some draft capital. Season is over. Dak Prescott cannot win these big games. The offense cannot win these big games. And it's over. It's over.
I think that's an overreaction. I do think this is an elite offense.
Okay.
I think that the defense is arguably the worst defense I've ever seen in Dallas. And I think that Jerry Jones coming out today and saying it's not as bad as it looks is the most hilarious thing that he is in disillusioned thing that he has said all season long. They've given up more than 30 points in 5 of their 8 games. And they're second to last in the NFL in yards allowed, second to last in passing yards allowed, 4th to last in rushing yards allowed, and I think 2nd or 3rd to last in points allowed. It's as bad as it looks. So you can still sell and get draft capital. You trade Trevon Diggs and you trade somebody in that defense.
Yeah, the Cowboys still have the Cardinals, the Raiders that they could win, then the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Lions that they're going to lose, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders. Commanders are winnable now. It's a winnable game now.
Vikings are winnable.
Vikings are winnable, depending on who's playing quarterback. They get somebody before the deadline to go in there and play quarterback for them. All right, next overreaction. The tush push will be banned after this season.
Yes, it will.
I mean, it just feels now like the amount of everyone overlooking at it and seeing how it's being called, saying that they're like, even if you push them back after it, if he just jumps forward and then gets pushed back, they're like, still, Or, if he just sticks a ball out, they're just giving it to him now. And then it looks like they're lining up offside sometimes, and it's hard to tell. They're also jumping on some of these, and they're just getting it every single time. It feels like everyone's just fed up with it.
Well, they're lining up offsides. They're false starting. They're not everything about it has been illegal. And it's just now coming out how illegal it's been.
So, yeah, I'm with you. I think it's now there's just too much fear about it that people are quite upset about it. Last one here, Matt. The Texans' loss to the Seahawks was an aberration and not the trend going forward. That the Texans, that was just a miss. They came out against the 49ers, who are clearly a fully healthy football team. No one can say anything different. And the offense looked a little bit better. Their offensive line is still garbage, but they are starting to figure out a few more things as they go. But that one feels a little like an overreaction to me. But what do you think, Matt?
I think the Texans are garbage. No offense, Patrick.
Come on, man.
Well, you don't have a running game.
They had 475 total yards last week.
And CJ Stroud was unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's why. What was he, like 30 of 39 or something?
I believe so, yeah.
Like, that's why you won. And I don't think that's sustainable with the offensive line and stuff.
Woody Marks averaged 5.6 yards per carry.
On how many carries?
11.
That's
he had a 23-yard run, though. 23-yard kind of, I think, pushed him out a little bit. But
so the other 10 carries went for 26 yards or whatever.
Went for 40-some. We don't do math on air, Matt. You know that. But yeah, it's. I think that there is a push there. I think the Texans are going to be kind of where the Cowboys are. It's a week-to-week who you play kind of matchup. That they'll have some good games and some bad games, and they're going to finish up right around 500. The Cowboys, good news for them. They can finish 500 because they've already got that tie.
I've got an early meathead of the day for you.
Okay.
First of all, if you could combine the Texans defense and the Cowboys offense, you'd have the best team in the NFL.
And if you could combine the other, you'd have the Browns.
Yes.
I should.
Diana Rossini
is going to win defensive player of the year.
Here's my meathead of the day. My early meathead of the day. Yeah. Diana Rossini came out after 3 other insiders had confirmed the trade between the Patriots and the 49ers and said that she confirmed the report.
Oh, she has confirmed the report.
I believe so, yes.
That Keon White is to the 49ers.
Yeah.
For a 6th round and a 7th round pick.
Good timing to come out after Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz and Adam Schefter and probably everybody else.
Look, the good news is she got this one right.
Mm-hmm. After she confirmed it via Twitter, probably.
She confirmed it. I mean, hey, Matt, confirmed. I confirmed it too.
My sources on X have confirmed to me that this trade is real.
My sources on X have confirmed to me that this is true. Oh, there's some overreactions for you. Appreciate everybody playing along with us. Craig, spread them out and let playmakers play versus Vandy. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the show. We do want them to run some spread, but it's just you can't do it all the time. If you become a spread-based team, it's easier to stop eventually. I also think trying to get this to be a spread-based team at this point in the season is going to be difficult, but I do think you do want to use it. It is something you saw work against Mississippi State to an extent, so I do think you want to use it some more, but you just have to find that middle ground, and Sark really wants to run that football. You just have to find a way to get the run game involved because 2 of the best players on this offense are in the backfield in C.J. Baxter and Trey Wiseman.
Yeah. Ole Miss for last year is a really good example of why that doesn't work. Because when you can't run the football against good teams and control the clock, they're going to eat you alive. And Vanderbilt is a team that if you can't run the football and control the clock and keep your defense off of the field, they're going to eat you alive because they're just going to hammer you. And so I don't think that that's a realistic scenario against Vanderbilt. Georgia would be another conversation because their secondary has been abysmal. I don't think you can do it against Texas A&M either. So we'll see. Some of it, not all of it, would be good.
William says, with the backup, Sarko's players, not plays, and we see Thompson 6 TD game, Murphy Arch 24.
I'm not really sure what that means.
I'll say I don't know. Yeah, I think players, not plays is not necessarily. I think it's going to be, with Matthew Caldwell coming in, I think there is a piece of it where you're just going to have to try and run the offense as well as you can. Hope that you're able to get the ball out quickly. I think Sark will probably protect Matthew Caldwell a little bit more, knowing that he's not going to be able to run around as much. And especially the danger of, we don't really want our guy to get hurt either in this game. So we don't. Arch is tough as nails. We don't know if Matthew Caldwell can take the 16, 20 hits that he's going to take that Arch has been taking a game.
Well, here's the other thing too. Part of the reason that the spread stuff worked so well against Mississippi State is because Arch is able to get outside of the pocket and move and throw the ball very effectively on the run.
Yeah.
A lot better than a lot of other quarterbacks in college football. Like, that's when he's at his best. I haven't necessarily seen any evidence that Matthew Caldwell can do the same thing. And I can't go back on the All-22 library that I have and watch Troy football. So I can't tell you if he can do that or not. Maybe he can. Most quarterbacks can't. So I find it hard to believe they're going to do that with him at quarterback.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're going to take our second break. We'll come back, wrap up the show here in just a minute. Get some good stuff for you. Keep them coming, though, if you have other solutions of what Texas needs to do to win this game against Vanderbilt. Everybody put it together. We'll put together a presentation. We'll send it over to UT. Let the guys know what they got to do, what we found out on Open Gym. We'll tell them. Throw away your game plan. We figured it out on Open Gym. We'll get to more of that and wrap up the show here about 2.5 minutes right after a second break here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on a Tuesday afternoon, wrapping things up. We see better be practicing this week because the pocket isn't going to sit there for him. No, it's not. The hope is The hope is that Matthew Caldwell will help being able to set some protections that maybe Arch is not up to yet, because you do, when you play lower level football, see a lot of really weird different things because you have a lot of coaches trying to make a name for themselves and trying to find a way to make things work with less talent. So you do see some different stuff. So maybe he'll be able to pick up on some of these different looks and be able to at least get his back in the right spot to buy him another second or two, or at least half a second, something like that. But it's going to be a rough run. They're going to have to continue to learn how to block downfield. They're going to have to try and do that. I think your big hope is that Ryan Wingo has figured something out, even though he still had some, drops that he should have had in that game, that maybe he started to figure something out and you can get him the ball a couple times and get those downfield.
I do think Ryan Wingo has figured something out. The one thing that I would like him to figure out more than anything else, that I hope that last week really put on his big board and he has across his wall with big letters, is secure the catch before you run.
Secure the catch. Secure the catch. Also excited to see what Emmett Mosley starts to turn into. We know they got the connection already, the Caldwell-Mosley connection. We already saw it last week. So as he continues to figure out this offense, maybe a big piece going forward. Let's get to our meathead of the day real quick, Matt. This one's I can't talk either. Quick clip. Is I'm going to make fun of this guy for not being able to talk. Well, actually, he talks well in this clip. He just says something crazy. Terry Bradshaw over the weekend doing Terry Bradshaw things.
The thing that I would worry about more so in Washington is the other day I text Andy Reid and I got a text back and I thought it was Andy Reid, but it was some guy selling pigs, but it sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't really talk to Andy Reid.
I wish you could see the people behind the cameras, because they're like...
The point is...
That's Terry Bradshaw. Being Terry Bradshaw, just trying to tell a story that doesn't really have much in it, and this kind of runs into it. Terry Bradshaw, 77 years old, Matt. 77 years old, still on the morning show. Terry Bradshaw, good Lord. I was talking to a guy that was talking to Andy Reid. Turns out to be a guy trying to sell me pigs. How did you think that was Andy? Where, at what point did you think this was Andy Reid? And how could you not get his number? What is going on?
There's always somebody on these shows that is like this. ESPN, NBA, it's Kendrick Perkins. ESPN college football, it's well, I don't want to say that, but point is there's always somebody.
Oh, you know what it is? It's Desmond Howard saying the Big Ten runs college football. That's who it is.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Or Dave Portnoy saying that the Big Ten is that Michigan is better than anybody in the SEC. Lots of stuff. There's always somebody. Terry Bradshaw is just kind of like the tip of the iceberg at this point, because every week there's something. Every week.
Yeah.
Might be time to take that tie and just hang it up on the board and walk off into the sunset, before you hurt your name any more than you have already.
It is. And this is the problem, is Terry Bradshaw will be on this show probably until Fox shuts down. Like, Terry Bradshaw will be on the show for the next 10 years if he can. Because they're not going to get rid of him, because why would they? They don't want to hire anybody else. You can't replace him because you don't make any new stars ever. You refuse to bring anybody else in new for the last 20, 30 years. You refuse to make new stars. And then you're just like, well, we have to stick with him because there's no one else. And they go, well, didn't you make another star? And they go, no, we thought he would just live forever. I thought I wouldn't have this job anymore. It's the worst part about sports media, that they refuse to try and make anybody new. And they expect there to be some new talent to put in there. But no one is ever at that level because they refuse to make anybody new.
I don't know who they could bring in, but he can't turn into the next Lee Corso.
Oh, he's 150 years old. He'd still be doing the show. Never going to let him quit. Yeah. No, I think the best one they've done with was Boomer Esiason. Not Boomer Sison. Sorry, Boomer. Why am I drawing his name? No, ESPN. The guy that does the halftime now for ESPN on Sunday Night Football or Monday Night Football.
Oh, Chris Berman.
Chris Berman. There's the name. I couldn't think of it. With him, because they give him like a segment away from everything else where he can just do it and he does his thing and everyone's happy with it, but he's not trying to run a show where he has to continually be with the show for hours and hours.
Chris Berman's an all-time great. And I think that they've done the perfect thing with him.
I agree. Do that with guys like that, where you can keep them involved and have stuff, but you can put new talent. It's a way to, again, make new talent and not bring in Rob Gronkowski either. He's awful. All that being said, we'll be back tomorrow. Will Matthews joins the show at the beginning of the show. Talk about this Texas team on the road. He has been with them as a sideline reporter for all of this. So we'll talk to Will Matthews early tomorrow, get into a lot more. I think our Matt and Pat picks are tomorrow because Matt might be out the last couple days of the week. So we'll get into all of that and a lot more tomorrow's show. Hope you join us. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open.